Right. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started here in a second. I'm just going to do a sound check for folks that are joining online. Kathleen, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect, great. All right, I'll call the meeting to order. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Planning Commission. We acknowledge that we are here on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Just a reminder to everyone who's joining us remotely, if you could turn your camera and microphones off until such time as you wish to speak. For those of you who are paying attention in the public or here in the gallery, you'll notice that we have a pretty packed schedule. There's a number of items, reports RPC 24-16, 24-17, 18, 19, and 20 from today's meeting will be considered by the City Council at its meeting scheduled for Wednesday, June 12th at 1 p.m. Report RPC 24-15 respecting 535 Douglas Avenue will be considered by City Council at a special meeting on Tuesday, June 11th at 1 p.m. The deadline to register as a delegation for both the June 11th and 12th City Council meetings will be 12 p.m. on Monday, June 10th. Please note that due to the number of delegations actually for the first report and all of the reports, we want to make sure that there's enough time to have a fulsome discussion, which is why that we've scheduled a special Regina Planning Commission meeting for Friday, May 31st at 4 p.m. Items RPC 24-16, 17, 18, and 19 will be tabled during the agenda approval today to the May 31st special meeting. There's another item here, 24-20, does not have any delegations registered to speak, so it'll be considered today after report RPC 24-15 if time permits. If the Commission is unable to consider item RPC 24-20 prior to the adjournment of today's meeting, it will be deemed tabled to the May 31st meeting at adjournment. So for everybody who enjoys watching city committees and council, you're getting your money's worth this week. It's great. We have a packed list of items, delegations, and important reports and proposals for both of the months. If I could get a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair. Councillor Fundura? Any opposed? Oh, yes. Right. Okay, so which ones did you want me to add here?
It's right here on there. Right there.
Just say add.
Yeah, add and then.
Okay. Sorry, there's a lot of moving parts. So as we approve the agenda, I'm going to add the list of delegations as submitted, and items RPC 24-16, 17, 18, and 19 will be heard at the May 31st special meeting of Regina Planning Commissioner. Councillor Fundura has advanced the motion. Any opposed? Seeing none, agenda carries. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the April 30th, 2024 meeting of Commission? John, thank you. Any errors or omissions? It's John Aston. Any opposed? All right, seeing none, adoption of the minutes is carried. All right, so we're going to move right into RPC 24-15, which is the zoning bylaw amendment, discretionary use for 535 Douglas Avenue. And just as a heads up, because we have as many delegates as we do, and I'll apologize for this in advance, I'm going to be very strict with the 5-minute rule. So normally I wouldn't be this rigid with the rules, but because there's so many and we have a limited amount of time, I'll be very focused on the 5 minutes. However, when a member of commission asks you questions, there's no timeline in terms of how quickly you have to respond. It's not an invitation for, taking several days to get through this. However, just know that if you wanted to ensure that there was an opportunity to clarify any points, commission can ask you questions, and there's no rigid time frame for you to respond. And I'm just going to go through the list as it's indicated here on my cheat sheet. So I'm going to ask if AJ Tidball could please come up to the delegation booth. I'm not going to say this every time, but what I would ask is when you come, have a seat. I'll make sure that we have the right mic on. I just need you to introduce yourself for the record. If you're representing any organization, just state that as well as where you're from. AJ, when you have time, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is AJ Tidball. I represent myself and my family as well as any concerned neighbors. Hello everyone, my name is AJ Tidball and I'm here today to state for the record that I am opposed to this development as it stands. I am the third generation of my family to live in Douglas Place, colloquially known as Douglas Park, and my 2-year-old son is now the fourth. My grandparents built one of the first houses on the west end of 20th Avenue back in 1958. I feel that it's my family's history and personal relationship with the area is important to share as it shapes my perspective on this development and rezoning. I lived on 20th Avenue East from birth to age 23. After graduating from the U of R, my wife and I lived in Calgary and Vancouver for 11 years. We moved back home to Regina, where we rented an apartment for 4 years before buying a house on 20th Avenue, where we've now lived for another 3 years. My time away has given me a greater appreciation for this close-knit community, where families have lived for over 60 years and everyone knows and supports each other. I feel a true sense of community, pride, and belonging, unlike in the other places I have lived. After being away for 15 years, I was surprised by to see the increase of traffic and noise in the neighborhood. 3 large school buses and 40 to 50 parent drop-offs now congest 20th Avenue during school hours, causing blind spots and near misses, something which the traffic impact assessment does not show. The upgraded athletic complex can draw upwards of 200 to 300 cars for events, of which some are parked unsafely in the ditch. I have submitted a few photos if you wish to look at them. With all the events and general organic traffic growth, I feel as though we are at a tipping point for motorist and pedestrian safety. With this new building adding 160 cars and 50 daycare drop-offs to the already congested school zone, I feel children's safety is at risk. These factors seem to contradict the city's zero vision framework. I personally feel that this development will irreparably change our community. I feel that the balance of the neighborhood has taken 65 plus years to achieve will be disturbed. From the many delegates here today, I'm sure you will hear firsthand concerns about safety, traffic, building height, etc., and I echo those same concerns. This development is in an active school ground. It takes away green space from kids where they're free to play and run, both during recess and during community after hours. It is not surplus land. It removes our view of the sky and sunsets. At 18 meters or 59 feet, it is by far the highest structure in the area. For reference, it's the same height as the nearby Wascana Hill. There is a shadow study in Appendix C, but it only shows until 3 p.m. Again, I've submitted a picture of our sunset. It will put too much pressure on our aging infrastructure. Just on Sunday, another water main had broke on Francis Street. It does put school children and parkgoers' safety at risk. It goes against many points in the OCP as well as school reuse guidelines and the Wascana height restriction. It also changes the neighborhood dynamic and values. In March 2021, council debated a similar development in the Greens. The residents of that area were opposed for similar reasons. 141 responses, of which 92% were opposed. Councillor Bresciani stated, quote, "Height and public feedback should be taken into account, or why do we even ask people's responses?" End quote. As of March, our survey gathered 340 responses, of which 85% were opposed. During that debate, Councillor Hawkins mentioned that the main issue ought to be preserving neighborhood values. Councillor Fundura spoke about the height and lack of community consultation. In our case, the only official city consultation was a 90-minute online session. I feel that the report has glossed over the level of community opposition and concerns in Appendix B, and that the online meeting excluded some of our less tech-savvy residents. Also note that the chat history has since been purged from the replay. At our first community-led meeting with over 250 attendees, Councillor LeBlanc was quoted as saying in the Leader Post, "As a democratically elected person, I can't ignore what appears to be the democratic will of the people who live here," end quote. I hope today's turnout demonstrates that will. To be clear, I'm not against development. I'm against the proposed density, height, and developers putting profits before people. You'll likely hear a great sales pitch from Mr. Bresciani and his team about how this will benefit our community, yet we have over 700 signatures from our community opposed to the size of this development. I urge the decision makers to visit the area in person to better understand the impact before any final decision is made. In closing, I hope that the passion and frustration in my voice conveys to you how much I think this will change our neighborhood. I hope that you consider that no one knows our neighborhood, its character and values, and what it can sustain better than the people that have lived there for 15, 25, 50, or even 65 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commission? Go ahead, John.
I'll start. Tidball, you mentioned about, we talked about, I've visited the community a few times.
Yes.
To hear the concerns and the comments were made. I've spoke with the developer. Talking about consultation. What I'm hearing when I'm reading the report, it speaks to, since October, there were quite a bit of consultation. So there is I think what I'm asking is, there's a difference between consulting and consulting. So I'm hearing one side is we are consulted, the other side is not consulted. So what is consultation to you?
I'll give you my perspective on it. I heard before there's even any letter in my mailbox that this was happening from our grapevine of neighborhood neighbors. I then, I don't know, a few weeks later, or even months later, received a notice in the mail that this was coming. And then shortly after that, a petition was circulated, and then folks organized a community-led meeting at Douglas Park School, where we did have, Mr. Mario, I believe, was there, and a few other city folks to explain the process. But that meeting was not about what the building or the development was all about. It was more about educating the neighbors on how the process of the city goes, that the city goes through to approve a development such as this. I don't have the timeline, but several months later, we received an invitation from the city to have an online MS Teams meeting, which we had the opportunity to ask some questions to a moderator who picked and chose the questions, and then developer and architects and everyone else was able to answer some of those questions and concerns. But I feel that that has left out some of our, as I mentioned, less tech-savvy residents, and we didn't feel like we had a really good voice. And I did note that, or I do know that the developer did have some one-on-one meetings. I don't know how many he had. I wasn't personally able to attend because of my 2-year-old son and his schedule. But I knew though, and I do see that some people may not have wanted to attend those because it does feel a little bit intimidating talking one-on-one with the developer. So I feel that that whole sense of consultation about, say, an open house or have more information of what this build could bring to our community and what our concerns are for that build, I don't know if that's been communicated properly to everyone.
Okay, thank you. And again, I know there's a few more coming. I mean, we had a conversation, and what I'm hearing is it's in the community, for or against. I'm hearing that this is not in my backyard, because I mean the conversation goes out there. Usually, it's when things like this happen. It's always things get thrown out saying NIMBYism, not in my backyard. Can you kind of elaborate on that?
I think this is reasonable in our backyard. I think I don't think there to be too many people opposed to something that is already similarly built in the area. I just think that the density, the issues that this large of a build will cause or brings into the area, I think it just tends to disrupt the balance that that area has achieved in its 65 years. Yeah, I don't think, like I said, I'm not against development, maybe some smaller type buildings. There are condos across the street that are single level dwellings. I understand that the city wishes to pursue higher density and has a quote unquote housing crisis, but I don't think this is the place to put those high density developments.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I seize the floor.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from commission, so AJ, thank you very much. I encourage you to stick around, but if you might just return to the gallery.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Val Gilinger. Whenever you're ready, Val, go ahead.
Okay, as mentioned, my name is Val Gilinger. Sorry, forgot about the mic. Anything else you need to know, or that's good? Okay. So for those of you who are not familiar with Douglas Park, allow me to tell you a little bit about our neighborhood. Wascana Park borders most of our neighborhood, and as such, we have countless bunnies, squirrels running free in our neighborhood. This past winter, we've had 4 deer that called our neighborhood home. At times, we have had a coyote or 2 in the neighborhood, and our community consists of mostly average income families, often with multiple generations living in the area. Sorry. Our homes are modest, as are our residents. Many, if not all, our children in our neighborhood attend or have attended Douglas Park School or St. Andrews before it was sold. Many of these same children have returned to the neighborhood and bought their own homes. We are a close community, and this project has brought us even closer. So sorry. We are a quiet neighborhood, very little crime, lots of walkers, dog walkers, bike riders, and joggers. The residents mostly know one another and support each other when needed. Personally, my family has lived in Douglas Park for 30 plus years. My children attended Douglas Park School and now live in Douglas Park also. My grandchildren will attend Douglas Park School, but I worry about their safety walking to and from and having to cross a soon-to-be very busy Murray and 20th Avenue. Numerous accounts of children almost being hit and actually being hit by vehicles are on the Facebook page. If the proposed development goes ahead, this is going to be an even bigger concern. I understand some of the residents of the new build will be at work during school hours, but the increased population from the development will affect our school. Children from the build will potentially be coming to Douglas Park School. Their parents will be meeting them outside and walking them home to their residence. This will cause another increased congestion. It also raises a couple of questions for me, such as what about the school? Is it built to handle potentially 40 plus new students from the proposed development? There is a proposed daycare that will cause constant traffic on and around 20th, and more specifically the schools. There are only a few parking spaces designated for the daycare, and if it even goes ahead. Pickup and drop-off times will be very busy, and this may be around school drop-off times also. Parking for the drop-offs is non-existent. The sign currently on 20th Avenue says no parking on school days, so I'm wondering if this will be changed. If so, that will lead to additional congestion on 20th Avenue, especially before and after school. New residents are not the issue. We will gladly welcome new residents, but we feel that 90 plus new residents is just too many in such a small space in our small neighborhood. Aesthetically, the building does not blend well with the structures in our neighborhood. If the structure was limited to 2 or 3 stories, it would blend in very well, reflecting the existing school structures, for example. We already have this model in the neighborhood just down the street on Kerr Place. It's a nice-sized apartment building that does not impact anyone's sight lines. Traffic is manageable, and water and sewer lines are often taxed repeatedly by servicing of the city. Conversely, there is a 2-story apartment building on Lakon Street. Traffic is congested and parking is at a premium. On the next block, there is a park where children are often playing sports, causing increased congestion. If parking and traffic is a problem for Lakon with a smaller structure, how is it going to be when we have 90 units on 20th Avenue? What about our existing traffic problem that we have from May to October with constant activity at the track, Lebel Field, cricket, frisbee golf, and now pickleball? The traffic is very high until late October. This traffic flows 2 ways, both down Assiniboine Avenue east to Park Street and west to Douglas and 20th Avenue. These drivers are fast and careless. How is this going to work with increased traffic flow coming out of 20th Avenue? There are going to be more accidents. We also have a problem with drag racing that takes place down Park Street and turns at Douglas Park Crescent in the evening and late night. This will become increasingly dangerous for the residents and for the drag racers. Another consideration is the many seniors in the neighborhood. They are not happy with the increased traffic flow, and the people who live in the condos across the street from the development are very concerned that it will block their view. Many seniors are active members of the parish and drive or walk to church and its many events. How will this work with increased traffic flow and only a walking path to access the church parking lot from 20th? These same seniors are not comfortable on busy streets like Douglas Avenue. They want to be out moving about, not trapped in their homes because of access to the church has been cut off. The church is a very busy parish. This will cause congestion in and around the church and the structure. Parking is at a premium on Sundays, so how will this be addressed? The possibility that tenants of the build may park their vehicles in the church parking lot will cause problems for the parishioners in terms of parking. The current green space at the proposed site is home to numerous activities in the spring, summer, and fall. Where will all these activities now be located? Privacy is a key component of the residential building. How is this going to be addressed with the existing structure having numerous floors with windows? Will they be looking into windows of people across the street of the condos or across
Val,
the...
if I could ask if you could just maybe wrap it up in maybe 5 seconds?
Yeah, I'm just about done.
Okay.
I appreciate that change is a good thing and that we are a community and willing to embrace it. We will embrace the new neighbors when they come, but we are hoping there won't be 180 plus tenants. We would like a smaller 2 to 3 story building that fits well into our community's existing design, blends with existing school structure and cuts down demands on infrastructure. A smaller structure would reduce the traffic flow in and out of Douglas Park. I appreciate your time and consideration. I will close with a quote from Margaret Mead, as you are a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. Excuse me, sorry.
Questions from commission?
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Christopher.
Thank you for your presentation. Just one clarification, and anyone could answer this. Incidentally, I did drive the neighborhood. It's a beautiful community, so congratulations to everyone there. I was really impressed. I live in Old Lakeview, and it had the same feel, so I know it well. The question was just simply, does Douglas Park School have a daycare?
No.
It doesn't?
No,
Okay.
it has a before and after school program.
Before and after school.
It's run by the community association.
Okay, thank you. Is it a cooperative, the B&A? Like, I came from Turtle Park, Gator Park, and
Yeah, no.
Lakeview. You're not sure?
Pretty,
But, yeah.
no, pretty straightforward. I actually started it quite a few years ago with a grant from the
Amazing.
city.
Yeah.
And it's turned into a self-sustaining business.
Yeah.
So it
Thank
does
you.
well.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Just one other thing too, I was struck by the difference between Douglas Avenue, which is much wider, and 20th, which is much narrower. And I would be curious if, the community had a different view were the structure built on the 20th Avenue side, than Douglas Avenue side versus the 20th Avenue side, if that slender
was
piece of
flipped
land was
around.
flipped, whether that might alleviate some concerns, but.
Well, I can't speak for the whole community, and it's something we haven't discussed. Nobody's ever brought it up for us, but it's an interesting concept. I don't know if anybody else has an idea.
And I don't mean in any way to take the committee and other presentations' time, but just one other thing, and I think it's relevant maybe to the earlier presentation. I was given just a document on Boot Hill, and I was also struck by the fact that you're quite young. That 80% of the community is under 65.
Yeah.
Although not as many youth. I think only, from what I see here, about 15% under 15, right? So it does seem like you're beginning to be a youthful community, and that new school is pretty amazing. So when you talk about new buses coming and traffic from the buses, like, to be blunt, that was one of the things that impressed me the most, was that amazing new school, right? Because we lost schools in our neighborhood, like Argyle, and Athabasca has been, gone for years. And so I just was struck by the demographics of your neighborhood, and the one thing that did occur to me was the notion of bringing more like children and to use the school and allow the community to grow through children. So I just wanted, I hope that other delegations might think about that too, right? It's just the notion of the school and the childcare and young people coming. So
Well, I'm doing my part. As I said,
Yeah,
my kids
thank
live here,
you.
my grandkids,
Yeah.
and my son lives here too as well, but he doesn't have children yet.
Yeah,
But yeah, we're all trying.
you seem welcoming to young people, so,
Yeah.
yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank you.
for your answers.
Thank
and
you for your
presentation.
interest. Sorry about my throat.
All right. Seeing no more questions, thank you very much. You may return to the gallery. The next delegation is Leona Red. Thank you. When you're ready, Leona.
Yep. Good afternoon. My name is Leona Reed, and I am reading this letter on behalf of another Douglas Park resident. To the Regina Planning Commission, I am writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed development. I believe that it raises several critical issues that need to be addressed. A bit of background. I have lived in this neighborhood my entire life. I was born here, went to preschool to Douglas Park, and followed by St. Andrew's School from kindergarten to grade 8. When I bought my house, I chose to stay in this neighborhood and chose to raise my family here as well. I am not wealthy, but I was able to find a nice home that was very reasonably priced. The developers will say this neighborhood is too costly for others to live in. This is untrue, and there are houses popping up all the time for sale. This whole process, I have not felt the city is listening. This development has had strong opposition from the neighborhood, but they are still advising to pass it. 200 people came in November to oppose it. This should be taken into consideration. Since when does the city not listen to its citizens? If the citizens are not listened to, this is a very bad model of government. We are a democratic nation, and a part of that is listening to your people. The Zoom meeting that took place was not inclusive, nor did the recording have the comments and questions that were asked by the citizens, perhaps indicating whitewashing. The host picked and chose the questions that were asked, indicating severe bias. This is not a transparent way to conduct business. I am feeling quite hopeless and really have had a bad taste in my mouth about the entire process. Please remember that the delegates that speak today are not the only people in the neighborhood that oppose this build. There are others that cannot leave work or others that are too afraid, nervous, or anxious to speak out and against it. Public speaking is difficult. Please take the time to listen to the people that have lived in this neighborhood and understand its needs. Please remember that your decisions will impact the people of this neighborhood for their entire lives. You may or may not be sitting at council next year, but you will be living with the consequences of your decisions. Reasons I oppose this building. Neighborhood plan compatibility. The proposed development does not align with the existing neighborhood plan. The change in zoning raises concerns about the overall character and aesthetics of the area. We must prioritize developments that harmonize with the existing neighborhood fabric. Loss of privacy. The increased density and the height of the proposed 5-story building could significantly impact the privacy of young families and other residents in the vicinity. Balconies and windows are overlooking neighboring properties may compromise the sense of privacy that we currently enjoy. My parents came here in the 80s as they liked the neighborhood for the same reasons. I chose this neighborhood for the same reasons. I live right near the development. I have 2 small children, and the apartment building will look directly into our backyard. This huge loss of privacy for us and my neighbors is concerning. This building will change everything in our neighborhood. Safety concerns for children. The proximity of the proposed development to the school raises serious safety concerns. Increased traffic, especially during drop-off and pickup times, could pose risks to children attending the nearby schools. We need to prioritize the safety of our children by carefully considering the impact of this development on traffic flow and pedestrian safety. Traffic impact. While the traffic impact assessment claims that the existing transportation network can handle the proposed development, we must critically evaluate its findings. The TIA should consider not only the immediate impact, but also the long-term effects on traffic patterns, especially during peak hours. Regina has minus 40-degree weather for a lot of the year. Buying long johns, as Dan suggested, is not actually enough to make Regina a walkable city. And it's actually a flippant and unhealthy comment to make. There will always be a need for vehicles. Increasing this neighborhood will create a lot of traffic issues in the neighborhood and increase pollution. Migratory birds. This height increase in this neighborhood will be detrimental to migratory birds. We are a corridor for migratory birds to go to Wascana Lake. This height increase will result in more window strikes, which is a big problem downtown. In light of these concerns, I urge the City Council to reconsider the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and discretionary use. We must prioritize the well-being of our community, preserve the neighborhood's character, and ensure the safety of our residents. We are not NIMBY. I am RIMBY, reasonable in my backyard. Please focus on your efforts in other areas that are closer to downtown, that they have already been promised to make these large changes. The developer's family has had an interest in our neighborhood for a few generations. They are targeting the area and trying to make a quick buck. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Jane Parofsky.
Leona, as this is not your statement, but that of another resident, did you want to answer questions on your own behalf?
Absolutely.
Any questions from commission? I see none. You may return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Stu Nebergall. When you're ready.
I'm Stu Nebergall, the CEO and President of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. I'm here speaking in support of the Douglas Avenue project. Our association has been following this project back because in 2021, I authored a paper for the association titled Accommodating Growth, the Delicate Balance Between Greenfield and Infill Growth. In January of 2022, I, along with a colleague, presented that paper to City Council. The report highlighted the biggest obstacle to intensification in Regina and recommendations on how to move forward. What was interesting was at that time, we used this very location as the prime example of how challenging it is in Regina to develop successful infill projects. When I saw this project moving forward, I reached out to Josh Bresciani at TWG to see how it was going. He shared that our paper was like a crystal ball. Everything our paper suggested was going to be a challenge, has been. Which brings me to why I'm here speaking in support of this project today. Josh Bresciani in TWG is not a member of our association, although we wish they were. And as a rule of thumb, we would not normally come out to speak in support of non-member projects. However, considering we had written about this type of project in this very location, well in advance of this land being purchased by TWG, we felt we must. In our paper, we suggested this location was one of the most attractive locations for this type of housing investment in Regina, yet it had roadblocks for any developer to move forward. We suggested if you cannot make intensification work here, every other site in the city is less attractive from an investment perspective. Since our paper, City Council has moved important initiatives forward. The Housing Accelerator Fund, the Housing Supply Motion, zoning amendments to accommodate more housing supply are examples. The investment and project by TWG into our community is now where the rubber meets the road. I can appreciate that a vocal minority, and most likely in this case, a majority of the community are not supportive of this type of project in Boot Hill. Even though TWG has been careful in their design to go beyond what the requirements are to ensure as much cohesion with the community as possible, the concerns raised by some community advocates are exceptionally common throughout North American cities. And what is common is the concerns are rooted in maintaining property values, traffic, parking, keeping the neighborhood as it exists today, and keeping unwanted groups out of the community. However, unlike the market, zoning does not build buildings. It can only stop them from getting built. The future of neighborhoods outlined in the OCP and Housing Accelerator Fund sets the stage for more housing options in each neighborhood. Almost 80% of the housing in Boot Hill consists of single-family homes, and 97% of the population in Boot Hill consists of non-mover, non-migrant. There are few options in the neighborhood for people of age or professionals to downsize to stay in their community. Even less for newcomers and new families to participate in this community, which has suffered from depopulation. Projects like 535 Douglas Avenue are needed to add housing supply for building more affordable, prosperous, equitable, and sustainable city. We encourage the Planning Commission to move this application forward to City Council, and in doing so, deliver much needed and attractive supply into one of Regina's exceptional neighborhoods. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions from Commission? Maynard, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. Just not that this should be used as any absolute measurement, but I'm curious, do you know, you referenced it, but you weren't specific in it. Do you know how this community would compare in terms of density to any other community in the city?
Well, I don't have the actual number. That'd be a good question for the administration, what the actual density is. I mean, it's 80% single-family zoning, which is, very typical through North America. It's actually the average single-family zones in North America is about 75% of land use here, so it would be slightly above that. Having said that, your newest communities in this city are all well over, 50 people per hectare. And this would certainly, if you were to calculate, would have to be much lower. I would anticipate the number's probably even more than half left, half as much, and might even be less than that.
Okay, thank you. And an unrelated question. It's been referenced, I think, once or twice, values of property, concern about values of property going down. In your experience with the home builders, development like this, does that typically reduce the values of property?
Well, as you look at this discussion, that literally the very same discussion that's happening right now is happening all over North America. There are several cities across North America, lots through Canada, who are eliminating single-family zones. In fact, whole states like California, Oregon, and Maine have all eliminated single-family zones, period. And so, as, this community discussion is happening, I just actually think of the city of Calgary, who just went through the largest public hearing in its history based over these type of changes to zoning. The same discussion shows up again and again and again, related to property values. So this has been both academically, in the real estate industry, and from all sorts of sources, has been very well studied. And other than in some very rare cases and very exceptional cases, is there any proof that these decisions lower property values? And in fact, if you understand how real estate works, you may not like the building going up, and for all the reasons that you'll hear today, and those reasons are fair. The people in Boot Hill love their community, and we fully appreciate these changes are hard for them to take on. But the reality is, at the end of the day, their property values are actually going to go up more than likely as a result of any development within their community.
Okay, yeah. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Okay. Good afternoon, Stu. Good to see you. Meeting with the community, the last open house, there was a comment made that this particular building, or this proposal, and this comment was made by a resident in the area that heard from the, say, an architect or builder, that this type of building should not be built in this area. Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, again, I can appreciate people in the community not wanting to see this type of densities, not wanting to see this type of heights. And I struggle with the decision, both professionally and personally, to get involved as I am today in this project, because again, not a member of our association, and I don't live in that community. And quite frankly, I live in a R1 community myself. And I've, had to check myself at the door, like how would I feel about this happening around in my neighborhood? Because like all of us, I love my neighborhood as well, and I think my own neighborhood is very, very special. But the reality is for a lot of reasons here in Canada, and for the long time in the city of Regina through its OCP, it has been pushing for higher density within our existing footprints. The federal government's made a decision to bring in over 1 million immigrants and to continue to bring in that level of immigrants for years into the future. You see this through the Housing Accelerator Fund investment that Council has applied for and has been approved to increase significantly the density within all of our communities here in the city. If we're not going to have, if we're going to have a balance of 70-30 in terms of how much happens in greenfield and how much happens in infill intensification, and we're not going to make places available in the communities for that growth to happen, where are these people supposed to go? If we can't get projects like this done within our community, then we need more greenfield communities, because the people are coming here and they need to go. To go somewhere. And I think the other aspect of the conversation that often gets missed, and it comes back to Mr. Sontag's question about densities and the higher density versus the lower density areas. I know the area relatively well because, like many people, I love to use the lake. I bike around it, I run around it, I walk around it. I've got friends who live in the community who are not necessarily happy that I would be here as well, in this discussion, and they've debated this, around the coffee table with me as well. At the very, the very same time, you look at the communities that, especially the new communities, I think of the towns, which is the city-owned lands. I think of Eastbrook and those communities out on the southwest, east side there. Those communities which are at very high density, they are packed, they are culturally exceptionally diverse right now, and there's a whole culture creating around those particular communities. And the reality is, the way single-family zoning has worked in North America for 100 years and where it's come from, single-family neighborhoods that are exclusive that way have, were generally intended to stop that kind of cultural diversity to actually be generated. And the issue around affordability and why that's important, because the only way you can access that neighborhood as a newcomer to our community is if you are capable in our current environment to be able to buy a whole house, right? If you can't buy a whole house, you can never access that community. You'll have to access the communities on the fringe of the city.
Okay.
Long answer. I don't even know if I
That's okay,
answered your
no.
question that round.
I have one more. So, as you hear, what is reasonable, in your opinion, what is reasonable for a community like this? So if you look at the density, you look at the roads, you look at the infrastructure, you look at the underground, you look at how you connect with roads, how you move traffic through, what would be reasonable in your opinion?
Well, we're all going to have different opinions on that, and you're going to hear many opinions on this subject for many council meetings, coming forward. And I think the issue is, always is, what's reasonable to me may not be reasonable to the other people in the gallery, and vice versa. I think the item is that you have a city administration, that has worked on these things for not just this project, but all the pieces that make a project like this possible for a very long time. They've done the traffic studies, they have done the other studies related to this, and if they are raising concerns that the infrastructure can't handle it, that should be addressed. If there's an issue in the community around traffic, you as a city have other tools to be able to address that, right? Ultimately, you have to decide as a city, if we are going to continue to attract people to our city, where are they going to go, right? And you can't just say communities that are less desirable than other communities, right? Because the market is always, and the market's driven by people. It's not driven by developers. It's not driven by builders. It's driven by the wants and needs of people who are either living in this community or moving to this community. And they overwhelmingly have demonstrated with their wallets that they would like access to some of the nicer communities, here, to be able to take advantage of the Wascana Lakes and things like that. So what is reasonable? I don't know, but you have an administration that's there to kind of find that balance.
Okay. I think I'll one more, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. As we move through with the zoning and things that we do when we change things, how we look at neighborhood, how we grow, and we looked at the neighborhood, and we need to look at neighborhood from within first. Neighborhood comes first, and then whatever comes around and that, and then we did that. Mm-hmm. And we upgrade, we change things. Now this comes at us, right? Federal government throws that pie at us, and then what do we do here? So my question is this: when we looked at the school yards, like let's say closed school yards, the discussion was that they should be left at reasonable, modest development. And I mean, you upgrading things. What is your take on that as a association?
Well, again, I think if you look at the specific project, would be as an example. I mean, it's easy to conclude, and again, I get the neighborhood sentiment, and I don't disagree. It would be, people probably would be have a better appetite for this project if it was, say, 2 stories, and even a better appetite if it was 1 story. The reality is this project, they could build this project to 4 stories within the regulations, and I've seen the drawings of what that could look like, and it would not be as attractive as actually the 5-story building. It would actually have a higher peak on it, right? So, there are some design elements that I feel TWG has tried to make work here, but again, that's an opinion, not for me to decide. Having said that, the item around development, is your pro forma has to work, right? You have to be able to put an investment in and get what you perceive, going back to reasonable, what is a reasonable rate of return to make that particular investment. And so in a city like Regina, at what people are willing to pay on a square foot basis, a 2-story apartment building probably would be exceptionally rare that would ever make any financial sense to make that investment work. 3-story would probably be very hard, and obviously in this case, the difference between 4 stories and 5 stories, more than likely, and I'm making a big assumption here, was the difference between being able to make some of the design changes that make it more cohesive with the community versus ones that don't. But that's a good question for the developer and the architect I know who's also speaking later.
Thank you. And I think maybe one more. I'll have you here, Stu.
Yeah, that's good.
We haven't talked to you for a bit. Looking at other cities, looking at for instance, Edmonton, some other spots, and they're looking at us here around Costco on the east side. you see the residential being built out there. You've got transit, you've got Victoria Avenue, so you have shopping, you have work, you have live. So you're building a community that way. When reason the question came to me, you mentioned that folks are interested in the community. I get it. But there are faster communities that are being built and easy access to work, to play, to live, on the major arterial, and we talked about major arterial roads to build, to move in the height variance and to move the people around. My question is, why aren't we concentrating more on that rather than going into established area? I understand what you're saying, but I just want to hear you.
Yeah, again, as an association, we are going to support projects that bring more housing supply to our neighborhood. We support the concept of density, we support the concept of intensification, but just to be clear, we as an association, it was City Council and, several councils ago through the Design Regina process and the OCP, and and successive councils since then who have, brought in and supported a 30% intensification target, which we are very, very far off from achieving. I don't know what the number is. I think we're like 5 or 6%, intensification. And so, you've got to make a choice. If you're not going to approve projects, then change the number. Have more greenfield growth and all the costs that go along with that, which will have implications to taxpayers, right? I think a very tough question for communities when they're saying, don't change my community, a question that never gets asked, great, we'll have more greenfield development. How do you feel about more urban sprawl? And how do you feel about your property tax going up by, I'm making an arbitrary number, by $500 a year? Those aren't the questions that typically get asked, within the community. Where are people going to go? Because they are going to continue to come. In a capitalist democracy in Canada, if there is economic opportunity in Regina, people are going to come, and we have to put them somewhere. And so if not here, where?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Chair, that's good.
Christopher, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just really technically, and this might be a question for city administration. Is the proposed site currently part of the intensification boundary plan? Or is it a part of the secondary intensification boundary plan? Thank you.
So we will ask administration later when the report is on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll just consider the question noted. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thanks a lot, Steve.
Great, thank you.
The next delegation is Joseph Vermulan.
No, for Shira, could you?
Oh, we got a change of order here?
No,
Okay.
she wasn't that?
Well, I'm just going by the list here. If Joseph is here, but you're at the list, at the podium, it's up to you.
I just want to get it done with.
Okay. So,
Okay.
yeah, just please state your name for the record.
Sandy Robertson, and I'm here for Shira Kachula.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sandy, and I'm here for Shira, who couldn't make it today, and both of us have been long-time residents in Douglas Place. She's written some of her concerns, and I'd like to share them with you. Okay, I've been a resident of Douglas Park for the last 20 years. Growing up, I'd always heard that Douglas Park was the nicest area in the city to live in, and those comments were not wrong. Our house is small but comfortable, and we love our big yard. We've spent the last 2 decades updating our home and yard and raising our family. I have regular coffee dates with my neighbors, and I love that we all know each other and look out for each other. Also, most of the neighbors on my block grew up in the same houses. I don't know how many areas that can boast that. I've been active in my community and with Douglas Park School while my children attended both the old version and the new. I served on the playground committee from start to finish, where we raised $187,000 to purchase and install the 2 play structures plus the soccer posts and benches at the new school. We put so much effort into planning and research for those structures because we intended for them to serve the community for decades. Interviewing the community, family, and students, making sure they were involved in the process and choosing the features to make it the best playground in the city. This is a playground we're talking about, okay? They did more to consult on a playground than we feel we have been consulted about the building that is supposed to go down the street. We didn't build it for ourselves or even for our own kids as they've grown up over the time it took to raise the money. We built it for the community that we live in and that we love. What is happening with the proposed building, it's not for the community. If it was, our voices would be considered and valued and listened to by the developer. 700 petitioners, 230 at the first meeting and 150 at the second meeting had a majority voice that this is not what we want. 78 people on a virtual meeting said the same thing, but the chat was never published. This building is the vision of one person and does not fit the area or serve the community it is being built within. Our community should not lose out so that developers can make money off of it and so that the city can make money off of grants that are coming down the pike from Ottawa. This building is too large and too dense for the space. We will not have sufficient safe parking for parents to drop their children off to school. According to Boot Hill Facebook page, there have been over 30 reports in the last 4 years of children being hit by cars, near misses, parents illegally parked, stunting, racing, major traffic during seasonal events, and the school and the police have not been able to get a handle on it. If you add several hundred people to half of a schoolyard and set that beside a schoolyard with all the additional parking and traffic, it's going to be a recipe for disaster. I was hit by a car when I was 4, crossed safely but slid down a snowbank into oncoming traffic. Same style snowbanks that line 20th Avenue most winters. I was hit and flew with my parents watching. I remember the man on his knees praying while my parents screamed. I don't wish that on anyone. And yet we have a situation that is already bad and you're adding a building 25 times more dense than recommended. We welcome new neighbors. We are not racist. We will take newcomers, anybody. We understand why someone would want to invest here and live here, but it doesn't need to be done to this extreme. At this cost to safety and to the people who've invested in the area to have the entire field be changed overnight. The entire city comes to our area to enjoy all of the activities and the green spaces. This is what Douglas Park is. Our new neighbors should be able to enjoy that too without having the frustration of not being able to park near their home or be able to get to work on time because there's multiple school zones or illegal parking going on because the density was too intense for the space to support. You have a chance to do this right. Do not allow a 5-story building to go into this space. A smaller building with more parking would be much more reasonable to the area and safer for our pedestrians and for our school children. Thank you.
Thank you. You had read someone else's letter.
Yep.
Would you take questions on your own behalf?
Oh, yeah.
Any questions from commission? Seeing none, thank you very much. I will now ask again Joseph Vermulan.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joseph Vermulan. I am a resident on Douglas Park Crescent, approximately a block away from the proposed development project. I've been a resident of Douglas Park for 31 years. It's the first and only house I ever bought. Still live there and just love the neighborhood. And the reason I bought into that neighborhood, I looked the whole city over. I'm pretty good with real estate in general. I own a couple rental houses too, and also in that area. And I picked that area because it just had a lot of great, much like the way you expressed, like Hillsdale, Lakeview, just wonderful, quiet bedroom communities. And I like the rustic aspect of it. You know, Douglas Park on this side, on the east of Broad Street, is just completely different than on the west side of Broad Street. You've got that nesting grounds, you know, for the birds. You've got that Ducks Unlimited, I think it's called Ducks Unlimited. It's a nature preserve also in that park. You've got the hill for a great view, and then Douglas Park proper itself. But it was a very rustic park in the old days. It just was a gravel parking lot, no lights, no paved roads or anything like that. And so I wanted to offer for the committee some perspective on what's been done already that you're adding to with this project now. You know, there was never anything in that park, and I liked it. It was just really quiet. There's lots of wildlife, still is. You'll see all kinds of birds and large animals, fox, coyote, deer, hawks, just all kind. It's just like living outside the city, but you're still in the city. But since then, the Douglas Park has been upgraded to have a new track and field facility, or upgraded track and field facility, upgraded tennis courts. They've paved all the roads. They paved that massive parking lot there now. Lots of lights, new baseball diamond, a new cricket field, a new Lebel football field, new office buildings, new Frisbee golf course, new pickleball courts going up right now. There's new washroom and shower facilities there, new roads and lights, new walkways as well. So an awful lot of development has already been done over the last roughly 10 years or so, which has transformed that park. And it's not all been bad. It's been pretty good in some ways, but it does come at a cost. You've got a lot more traffic. I've submitted some photographs, about 21 photographs of before and after. You know, what it looks like in that park when there's nobody in there, and then when it's just packed full of cars and there's a big football event. There's buses that come in from out of town even, Yorkton and so on, they're having tournaments there. So it's not just the residents of Regina that are enjoying that park now because of the development. There's quite a range of other people coming in. So the quality of life has been dramatically changed in various ways. I'm noticing a lot more traffic in that neighborhood now, and stunting, even on my own crescent, like right there. My house backs right onto the park. The house itself is very close to the tennis courts and the track and field facility there. I'm right on that park, the backyard. So I really get the experience of the traffic, even trying to get onto Park Street when I want to exit my home and go out and about in the city. There's quite a bit of traffic, especially after a sporting event. But also there's a lot of noise too. Lots of stunting, a lot of younger people, they drive their cars in, muscle cars come into the park at night. Anytime between 12 midnight right through till 4 in the morning, they'll be stunting. I've had to call the city several times and get the police out, and I've been out there too. And encountered other concerned residents taking photographs and so on. They even drive off of you see them driving around like bumper cars in an amusement park. I mean, they hit each other sometimes, they hit public property. They just really rev those engines up. There's a lot of noise. So, and also these things. I find these things in my backyard. You guys know what these sorts of things are? It's a pipe. It's a crack pipe. That's one. And another one here. They just do this sort of thing. I'm not sure what they smoke, probably crack or fentanyl. Another one, and another one here. All these I found in my backyard within the last year and a half. So when we talk about NIMBY and not in my backyard, it's in my backyard right now, guys. You know, it's been going on for a long time. The noise, the traffic, calling the police. There's also vandalism. In the new washroom facility, the shower chairs have been, I guess somebody must have stood on them and jumped on them and broke them right off against the Centercrete wall. I came in there a few months ago, and there was all the soap dispensers have been ripped off the walls for who knows what reason. So you've got that kind of activity going on now. I've found condoms and needles in the park, picked them up here and there. So there's just a lot of that kind, and just people inappropriately using the facility. I've just encountered some strange situations when I've gone in that facility, and people who are not using the facility in the manner that's intended. I'm not entirely sure what they were doing, but it was very surreptitious, and so there's just that kind of activity takes place. I'm really concerned about the lack of ownership. If you're going to what makes I think this neighborhood strong and special is because everybody owns their own house. They have ownership. It just changes people's behavior. People look after it a little bit more. I'm concerned that if you bring in that many people into a large building and they bring their family and they bring their visitors and so on during holiday seasons and so on like that, we're just going to have that much more of this stuff, this kind of activity, the traffic and the noise and the crime. and the lack of wildlife. I mean, you've got a nature preserve there, you've got a nesting ground. Why would you want to bring so many more people into that area to be riding around bikes and scooters and honking horns? And
Joseph, just so you know, that's your time.
Okay, very
So I'll
good,
just
very
give you
good.
5 seconds to wrap up.
You bet. So I feel the city really can still accomplish their interests in increasing their tax base and increasing the density, because there's already many other areas where those places are already established, large, high-density areas. So I think it would just be really a bad thing to put a high-density facility like that in the middle of an established neighborhood where everybody else has been there for so many years. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Questions from Commission? See none. Thank you very much.
Very good.
The next delegation is Michael Wild.
Great, thank you. My name is Mike Wild, and I live at 316 20th Avenue East. And just so you're not confused, even though this proposal is for Douglas Avenue, it's on 20th Avenue East. It was one of those confusion things right at the start of the whole thing that had people saying, well, it's not over here, but it is, and we still have trouble understanding that. I'm going to change my whole speech because a lot of it's been covered by other people. I'd like to start off with deal or no deal, and I'd like to offer my house to Stu, because if it's going to increase in value, buy my house the way it is now, and then after the development's done, you can sell it for a profit. Actually, I'll offer it to everybody here. I think I've offered it to Ben Mario. Like, the house value isn't going to go up, not where I am. From my property line, it's not in my backyard. What it is it's in my side yard. And in my younger years, I could have peed over the alley from property line to property line. The alley isn't a street, it's a one-car alleyway. Just so everybody has that in perspective, because I think a lot of you probably haven't driven the area, driven the alley, gone past Holy Cross Church. So I just wanted to put it in perspective. I know you guys are busy with lots of different things, but I invite you, take a drive around there, and you're going to be putting 90 residents. There's 140 parking spots. They all are going to exit onto 20th Avenue, and the majority are going to exit on that alleyway, which is a two-way alleyway. So I'd like to start with some things that haven't been discussed, and that was the untendering process of institutional zoned land to RU. So, we're talking about sprawl, we're talking about this and that, but now what we're doing is we're rezoning all our institutional land. So we're going to take a school. The reason we don't, St. Andrew had to close down is because Councillor Brashani and her husband moved out of our area and they moved to the suburbs where they had to move a school. Not enough people to support separate school, they closed the school down. Now we found someone to buy the school, but they have to put in more housing. But why not keep that as institutional zoned? Because all institutional zone land in other areas is going to move to the suburbs. So now we got intensification, so the parents can walk to work, but we got to bus their kids to the suburbs because that's where the institutional zone land is. And why there's no process within the city, within the planning department, to protect these institutional zone lands. They are green spaces. We should be building the intensification in parking lots. The number of parking lots in downtown Regina in the core, look at the number of people that live in the core right now. I've heard it's 480. We're going to have half of that intensification in one block area. And I know Councillor Stevens put on a it was at the German Club budget meeting, and your friend Paul Duchesne, he has those buttons pounded by condos. Well, I'm being pounded by a 5-story building. You can get them to maybe make up some new shirts and new buttons. My other point is and again, it's no criticism of Ben's work. He has to do what he has to do. But the planning department doesn't really plan. What they do is they process paperwork from a contractor. So it's the contractor developer that's doing the planning for the city. And, well, and you might disagree. I mean, the Planning Commission, you're here to make sure administration does their job. I'd like to give one example of where, in the past, administration didn't do their job, and it was the citizens actually of Douglas Park that did a monumental thing that changed the whole neighborhood for the city. A Assiniboine bypass was supposed to come over right at the track and field. The Assiniboine bypass now trumpets around, and so all that traffic that you see on Arcola, half of it would have been coming down Assiniboine, and it would have went right past the track and field. So it was neighborhoods, and this was proposed by the city planning group of a good way to get traffic flow. So it was the citizens of our neighborhood that banded together under lawyer Bill Johnson and fought that and said, no, we don't want that in our neighborhood. Direct them to Wascana Drive to get them to downtown. If that would have been built 30 years ago or 35 years ago, that would have changed the whole city. You couldn't have gone for your walk around the lake anymore. You couldn't have biked around the mountain site. So that was a thing where, oh, there's the buzzer. Was that the buzzer?
That's the buzzer.
Oh.
If you could wrap up, please.
Okay, well, build for need, not for greed, and fail to plan and plan to fail. I'll take lots of questions. I hope you give me lots of questions. I didn't even get to shade envelope. If you guys want to look at the shade envelope, sun rises in the east, sets in the west, but the shade envelope was the
John, go ahead.
winter and summer.
Okay, Mike, I'll give you questions.
Awesome, John.
There you go.
I'm looking forward to it.
I'll give you questions. I thought you were saying shave, but not shade.
Shade, yeah, no, I didn't do the
shaved.
shave envelope.
Anyway, so I actually, to lead to that, to Mr. Chair, is I have a note here to ask Mike about the shadow. As you notice in the report, it shows how all the solstice and the shadows and all of that. And I know you itching telling me the story.
Yeah, pretty
Go ahead.
I guess I'm passionate about it because I'm the only one that's really affected by it when you look at it. And, you know, I met with Josh Bershani on the site back in November, and I was called, sorry, Mike, you're collateral damage. You know, this area needs this, you're going to be affected, sorry, but that's the way it is. And so I asked for a shade analysis on November 2nd. I asked him for a shade analysis. I didn't get it until March. And the time stamp on the drawing, and the 1080 architects are here, they could probably say that the time stamp on that drawing was October 2023. I didn't get it till March, and then there was a revision to it, and the new shade analysis doesn't show the equinox. Well, it's the summer or the winter solstice sun. The sun rises in the south. It's not going to affect me. It's the equinox when it rises straight in the east, sets straight in the west. It's when it rises straight in the east in both the spring and the fall. That's when I'm going to be maximum affected. So I've asked through my job, I don't ask to the 1080 directly, and I don't ask the developer. I ask through Ben's group, Ben, can you get me that information that tells me how many hours of daylight will be taken from my deck? He says, well, we got the shade analysis from the developer, and that's all you get. And I go, but your job as administration is to extract the information to make sure that you guys, as Planning Commission and City Council and the rest, know all the information's there. Be truthful and honest. It's not, the whole thing is a sales pitch. And if you're, the other thing you guys the city used to have the rendering that showed my house modeled incorrectly. It was modeled with a gable roof instead of a cottage roof. Do you know what that does to perspective? It looks like the proposed development is twice the height of my house. It's 18 meters. 18 meters is the same height as the Wascana. Actually, when you guys are done here, go up to the 5th floor, walk to the windows and look out. That's going to be 30 feet from my wall. And if you guys can live with that, I guess I'm collateral damage.
Okay, I'm going to
More questions, John, please.
Oh, yeah, we're going. You got me all riled up.
Yeah, no.
So the meeting that I attended, and Councillor LeBlanc was there. I mean, he answered, and I mean, honestly, it's good to come out to the community to hear you speak, right? They're passionate about it's in your area. So you talked about like I asked the question of Mr. Nebergall about school properties. I mean, we had, there was, I'm not sure, I'll ask the administration if there's still formula. You're talking about schools, like schoolyards should be left to minimum development or.
Well, no, leave them as institutional zones. So an institutional zone, correct me if I'm wrong, just doesn't include schools.
Okay.
It includes long-term care facilities, group homes. There's other institutional things that could be in that area instead of changing it to RU. Leave it as institutional zone and put a care home. Put second stage housing for sexual assault victims. Would that fit into institutional zone? That's a question to the administration and to the planning commission. So all I'm saying is leave it institutional zoned. Otherwise, all institution, your mosques, temples, anything that falls under churches now are all moving to the suburbs because we've lost the institutional zones in the established neighborhoods.
Made yourself very clear, Mike.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. So when you're talking about traffic, I saw some pictures and I did spend some time on the area. It's difficult. So you're living in an area, I don't, right? So it's difficult to kind of imagine, find out what is really everyday occurrence. I mean, you can stay there for half an hour, a minute or two, and you see different things. In your opinion, talking about traffic, talking about congestion, talking about buses running, talking about all this, what does that mean to, okay, I'm just talking to you about your 50-foot lot, your area that you're in. What does that mean to you if this building goes up there? For meaning is that there's 90 units, I mean, there'll be several hundred or so individuals living there. What do you envision that?
Yeah, I guess, don't get me wrong. If you can't keep it as institutional zone and you have to go to residential, 3-story, so my button is going to be 13 meters, not 18 meters. Put in row housing, I think there's lots of numbers thrown around on density and what's allowed. Right now we have 10 dwellings per hectare, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, if somebody from administration. The OCP asked for 2.5 times density, so that would be 25 units per hectare. What's being proposed here is 150 dwelling units per hectare. So it's 15 times what is there existing. So all I'm saying, is 15 the right number? Is 7, 6, 10? You guys tell me. I'm collateral damage. But what I know is that the people that use that alleyway, and really, if you have to build something there and you build 3 stories and you do basically the same size, 3 stories, no underground parking, now you got less parking per unit, that's fine, because what happens is that alleyway is the only walking alleyway between 3 city blocks. You got Park Street and you've got Francis, and there's no other way to access Douglas Avenue where the buses are except that alleyway. So that alleyway becomes a walk path. You sit on my deck tomorrow night, come on my deck, we'll watch the number of people that walk down that alleyway to get their dog to the park. It's probably a person every minute, somewhere between 6 and 7 o'clock. It's a busy walking path. So when I brought this up to the traffic people, the solution is the developer has somehow, which we don't know and there's no proof, has an easement from the back of the lot to Douglas Avenue where they're going to put a walking path. And I go, that's great. Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to maintain it? Who has liability on it? Is that easement going to be there in perpetuity? Is the Regina Christian School Association going to give up that property freely? And now there's no access from 20th Avenue to that walkway, so they're going to still have to walk down the alleyway and then get on that walkway to get to Douglas Avenue. So, did I answer your question or did I ramble?
It's okay.
Okay.
It's good to ramble.
Yeah. So it is a high traffic area the way it is right now. Now you take 15 times what we have now. If we just do a straight math on density and we're 15 times, So now instead of a person every minute, we're going to have a person every 15 seconds. It will increase because everybody wants to go to the park. The nearest park access is right down the alleyway and a half block down.
Okay, so I'm going to continue, Mr. Chair, if I may. As the delegation previous, before you asked about consultation. So I'm going to ask this, and I think when I came to the meeting, I asked, did you invite the developer to the meeting?
So for the first public-led, community-led meeting, we paid for the space, we paid for the PA equipment, we paid for the, we spent $1,000 to hold a meeting that the city should have held. But instead, the city sent out a one-page flyer in the mail and says, a little jot form, what do you think of this development? We put that on, and he was invited, but he wasn't going to be allowed to speak and sell his product. He was invited to come and participate, ask questions. The whole purpose of that meeting was so the city could sell their process, because we haven't been through this process as a neighborhood, so we wanted the city to like walk us through this little thing. And what I asked for, and I never got, is when you have a flow chart, where's the accompanying organizational chart and who makes the decisions? So I found out Ben Mario makes the decision whether you have an in-face meeting or a Zoom meeting. He made that decision. He's the only person. I go, can I appeal it to anybody? Because I think public consultation is a face-to-face meeting. Public consultation isn't a Zoom meeting when you had a statistic of how many people were over 60. My mom's right here, she's 85. She doesn't have Zoom. She doesn't have a computer. But there was no, so I suggested a hybrid meeting. Rent a space, allow community, and you know what the answer was? Well, I've heard what the answer is we're too hostile of a community. What we want is consultation. We want conversation. We want back and forths. We want our voices to be heard, and this whole process, our voices are muted because we're individual. It's hard to have a collective voice as individuals, and that always plays into the advantage of the developer. Like, how many councillors has the developer met with? We put out an invitation to every councillor to come, sit on the deck, see the alleyway, see what's happening in our community. We've had 2 councillors show up in our community. And the new councillor that's going to be in our community when they change the zones around, she's refused to come. So how do we get our voices heard? We can't. It's a biased system. So I'm hoping you guys hear that, because we have this opportunity and we have the opportunity 2 weeks from now, and it doesn't matter what this happens in here, it comes down to a vote, and the vote is a sales pitch. It's a sales pitch from the community, and it's a sales pitch from the developer. And what I'm saying, it doesn't have to be that binary. It doesn't have to be a yes or a no. What it could be is yes but this, or no but this, and that would require conversation. That would require somebody, which I thought was going to be the job of the administration, is to kind of mediate something. Why would you ask questions in the jot form when you're not even planning to challenge the developer with those questions? Am I rambling again?
No, it's okay. Mr. Chair, one more, and then I'll cease. Hopefully Commission will ask questions. There was a comment made by the delegation about there was, like you said, the Zoom and the chat and all that stuff. So can you, like, what in your opinion, I mean, I'm going to ask the administration, how did that chat, I mean, I'm not a computer savvy person.
Yeah, either am I. And so as the Zoom meeting's going on, the chat room's open and you can type away, but if you type like me, I get about 1 word in. So there's people in the chat room that were raising their concerns, much of the same concerns that were raised here tonight. Concerns of safety, you know, your whole Vision Zero, and all you're doing is increasing vehicle to pedestrian times that you're going to have conflict, right? More time you put the higher density, you're going to have more vehicular pedestrian conflict, and that's going to increase. your chances of vision zero are gonna be less. Now we're gonna be putting crosswalks, lights in, and having to change the pedestrian flow. So, what was the question again?
I forgot already. Anyways,
No.
one more.
Yeah.
So you were asking about.
Oh, the Zoom meeting. Yes, the Zoom meeting,
See,
to me,
Zoom.
is totally not functional. You need to have discussion like we're doing here. If I was doing this from Calgary, because I just drove back today for this meeting, it wouldn't be as impactful. You wouldn't get the emotion. You wouldn't get like all you would get is words. Same with a typed letter, same with a jot form, or same with, we are people, and we are community, and we need to have a face-to-face.
And so what I'm hearing through Mr. Chair is that you did ask for community, like meeting.
Oh,
for
yeah.
the city too,
Yeah.
with easels and billboards.
I
and
even offered to pay for it. I said, I'll rent the space, I'll rent Douglas Park School, but have the meeting where you're gonna present. And to me, what the meeting ended up doing was, here's all of Josh's drawings and pictures and renderings and little video. There was nothing, and all of the points that people have brought up today were mentioned. Shade envelope, lack of privacy, parking, off-street parking, the congestion that's going to happen during construction, utilities, where's the power coming from, how come there's no plug-ins for parking spots, why is there's no staff parking for the 50-person daycare. There's 6 drop-off spots, but no staff parking. Where are they going to park? I'll rent them a spot. If Stu doesn't buy my house, I'll rent him a spot in my driveway.
Okay, I think I'm gonna cease, but I was gonna have one question as you go on at it, so I'm gonna give you that one
Okay.
more. I noticed there was the discussion about a Francis Street being flooded, and
And I was in Calgary, so it wasn't me.
okay, you didn't flood it.
But yeah, so the corner of Francis Street and Douglas Avenue, water main break and flooded. So that's proof of an aging infrastructure. But I know what the city is going to say. They ran a new 12-inch line to Douglas Park School. They just have to trench down the road and they can get a water line feed into the new development. I'm sure that it's fine because we've already got the report from planning that it's fine, right? They've checked off all the boxes. And all the boxes are checked, and now it's coming to you, and you guys got to check your boxes, and it goes to city council, and we have 11 people that vote, or 10, because one has to recuse themselves.
Well, Mr. Chair, I hope that you had a chance to speak, had a chance to be heard.
I
appreciate
really appreciate it, and I really appreciate the questions. And just so you don't think we are a hostile group, I invite all of you for coffee tomorrow morning on the deck. And you can see firsthand what it's like, how far away it is. And if you are driving by the backstop on the baseball diamond that's being used right now, the highest post, that's where it's going to be 3.86 times higher than the top of that backstop. 66 feet. Again, go up to the 5th floor, look out, that's how high we're going to be. And if I was younger, I'd be able to pee on it, but not anymore.
Thank you. Christopher, go ahead, please.
Oh,
Yeah, Michael, I just wanted to specifically acknowledge you because it is obvious that you are the most impacted. So I appreciate hearing from you as the person directly beside it. And I think you raised a number of points that are quite important too. In particular, I'd like to learn more about. Just quickly though, I did drive the neighborhood and I sensed that alleyway was pretty key. So I appreciate hearing that in terms of what it's used for and how the
I had asked
walkway-
for that, I'd asked, if you can move that west wall
Yeah, I
up
get it.
one parking spot over,
Yeah, I get it, yeah.
it'd be a world of
The
difference.
only one question I have, which I'm struggling with a little bit, is because one point you raised, I think it's very important, is the notion of the institutional land and the future of the institutional land. And when I look at that block of land, 2 schools there, a church right beside it, I understand that, and I also questioned, what's the future land use plan for institutions there? And as you said, that could include other things like elders' care homes.
Yeah.
The only
Long-term
problem
care.
is, as I understand it, this is privately owned land. This is not city land. This is former Regina Catholic
Regina
School
Catholic
land,
School,
sold to Regina
well,
Christian, and so
when
I don't know.
the Education Act requires the Regina Catholic School to tender it.
Yes.
So when it got tendered, the Regina Christian School Association bought all the land,
Yeah.
but they couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
So they farmed off a hunk, and when we get to the Regina Christian School delegation, the letter that was in the proposal, it wasn't tendered. It was, they decided to work with a local developer for what's best for them and what's best for the developer, not what's best for the community. Because once you build that school can never go back to a K-8. No. It'll never be big enough. And how many schools in Regina right now are K-3? I'd say 0. And so then it makes me think, they're going to sell that school so they can build a K-8 right beside their high school. And you could ask the Christian School Association when they're here. The Christian School Association have never came to a community meeting yet. They've never come to us and say, we're moving into your neighborhood. Do you want to be part of our community? How are we going to fit in? How's things going to work? And so it makes us suspect of what's the long-term plan is, because once this has been farmed out, all of a sudden it's too small for anything else. K-3, not a lot of people want to drop a grade 3 off and then drive 5 kilometers to drop a grade 4 off. They want to be in the same K-8. But again, that's just me, my opinion, not of everybody else in the community. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, okay, thanks. Any other questions? I'm on a roll.
I think that roll has come to a close.
Okay.
Thank you, Commission. We're going to take a 30-minute recess. Yeah, it's a mandatory recess. So we'll meet here at 5 after 6. All right? Perfect. Okay. Welcome back. The next delegation is Arlene Josephson Sauer.
I had to bring my computer because I was still trying to put what I wanted to say into place, so.
It's all right.
Thank you very much for hearing what I have to say today. My name is Arlene Josephson Sauer. I represent myself and my family, and I know that there are other people in my community who are feeling the same as I am. So when I first heard about the plans to develop half of the lot where old St. Andrew's School is, I thought it was a horrible idea. There's no way the city would allow something so out of place and huge like that to be built in our neighborhood, let alone right beside two schools. I was told at first that City Hall was just looking at rezoning the area. Told myself that of course the city will see how bad it would be for the schools and the children and the neighborhood. All that traffic so close to the school, our infrastructure not really being able to handle that many people. The danger for the kids alone would increase, having possibly 90 or more vehicles within a block's space from the school. Unfortunately, my opinion and reasoning is not shared by City Hall. We moved to this neighborhood in 1996, 28 years ago this June. Our son was 3 and our daughter was not quite 1 year old yet. Although we could have chosen practically any area in the city, we loved the mature trees and the closest of the park. A wonderful experience in nature right in the city. We also chose to stay in Regina. We had opportunities to move to Toronto and to Calgary. But this is our home. We like the way it is here. Now we also are, I don't want to say that, I'm not up to change, but the houses that are in the neighborhood were older, but the neighborhood was generally quiet and neighbors were friendly. We thought ourselves so lucky to buy a house right across from the street from two schools, a luxury I've always thought, as I could watch my kids walk to school every day. During the time we have lived there, the schools have changed. Douglas Park School was rebuilt and the playground it created was wonderful. The kids all loved the new hill and the opportunities it gave for play. All of the newer neighborhoods' schoolyards are larger than what would be left for our children in our area. I had noticed this when we were driving through some of the newer areas. We're only children for a short time in our lives, and I believe it's a community's duty to safeguard our children. If the building goes ahead as planned, the children will be flanked by 3 busy streets on their school. They'll also, as one young lady pointed out, be looked down upon by all these people, which they thought was kind of creepy. Understanding density is a concern. Density is a concern. But since this particular project I was told is not included in that program, I'm wondering why a 5-story building is needed. I would love to see a project where lower income families would be able to purchase a home instead of rent an apartment. This sort of use builds everyone up. So I'm wondering who is benefiting by such a large building being built. It's not the individuals who chose this area to raise their children, and most of whom stay their whole lives in this community. It's not the children in the schools, as one of the schools will hardly see the sun in the winter. As I was driving here down 20th, I had to stop to let the person coming in the other lane go by, as there were cars parked on both sides and we wouldn't have both fit. I'm not NIMBY. What I am is protective of a neighborhood that I love, a neighborhood that I feel will drastically change. A neighborhood that I wish all Regina residents could have as their experience. We aren't NIMBY. In 2014, we built a carriage suite on our property to be able to have renters. We can see that diversity is a good thing. The city, unfortunately, at that point, was not up to this, and they made it quite difficult for us to do the build. And during which, they came up and we are cornering on Murray Place and 20th Avenue, and they came and put up signs that said no parking on that street because they had determined that it was too narrow. For, 20 years before that, it wasn't too narrow, but now suddenly it's too narrow, so nobody's allowed to park there. We also have a fire hydrant in front of our house, so we can't park there. In this summertime, we can't park across by the school. My daughter said to a fellow who came to give her a ticket one day, he said, you can't park there, because he thought she was too close to the hydrant. She didn't think she was. She said, well, where shall I park to go visit my parents? Shall I park miles away? I'm not NIMBY, as I said. A few years back, a friend of mine in real estate was telling me that condos were built in a part of the city without spaces for each resident. After complaints were made to City Hall, they changed a rule which included at least one parking spot for each residence for future builds. I question why we would ignore past challenges. I'm frustrated that the city does not seem to care at all for those who are already living in the community and their needs. Again, I ask you, who will benefit from the size of this building? A few suites on the top floor will have a great view. I don't think those who move in and won't have a place to park will benefit. I'm concerned that this building is being pushed through without really considering the best use of this space.
Arlene, just to let you know, that's your 5 minutes. If I could maybe wrap up in 5 seconds, please.
I just want to say that, to me, this doesn't fit helping people to be able to afford housing either, because there's no guarantee what these rents will be. So it doesn't even fit that. And basically, that was, well, the building that's proposed is not something that individuals can purchase. There's no guarantee the rents will even be affordable for newcomers, who again is benefiting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from Commission? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next delegation is Mike Sauer.
Hi, I'm Mike Sowers. I'm not sour, that's my neighbor. I was around for when she built her addition, and she did have great grief. And not one of us, being so-called attacked online by NIMBYism, I may add, took offense to it. We in fact supported her 100%. The thing about this is that leaves a really bad taste in our mouth, is that in every step of this way, a Brashani is involved. The developer, who I've went to their website, or I should say his website, because the Winchester Group, as far as his LinkedIn page and his website, is one individual.
If I could, just as a warning, I'm not going to take this off your time, but please refrain from the name attacks.
I'm not attacking, I'm just stating facts. I'm just stating facts.
We want to hear about the development, not the individual and the family, okay?
And you will get there.
Well, no, you're going to go there now, please.
That's what I'm doing.
Let's talk about the development, not the
Okay,
people.
the development is proposed by a developer who's never done residential development. He's done commercial development according to his website. Unless there's something else that we're missing, how is this relevant? Like, it's not relevant. You're asking for a 90, and this has been told to me by who used to be our counselor, who has now been transferred to another area, that the 90 unit is only suggested. It can be changed. It can go no daycare and up to 100. So really, all this information that you're trying to, I will say for a better term of the word, ram down our throats, because we've tried to be friendly, we've tried to come out in full force and basically tell our concerns, but we've basically been shunned every step of the way. And I seen Arlene going through her project, which is my neighbor, and it was the total opposite. There was no help for her as a developer because it was her doing the work, but everything to oppose that. So, you know, this is, if you think, oh, okay, all these people is basically not in our backyard. If this would have been a reasonable plan to begin with, we would have been all for it. You wouldn't have seen any of us here because we're all reasonable people in that area. You know, we put up with the drag racing around the park. We don't sit there and go running out in our vehicles trying to run down kids. We all know it. We all had kids. They all went to Douglas Park School. And speaking of schools, we were told by Daniel LeBlanc that that school that is sitting there is going to be shut down in December. Okay, they still own that property. There is no reason that they don't tear that school down, even though we've been told it could go to kindergarten to grade 4, which that would benefit absolutely nothing. And how does that, you're going to bring more people in our area. Douglas Park was built and they're already putting modular units on that. So where is the justification in actually saying, oh, you need to revitalize this area, but you're not putting any infrastructure in, especially for schooling. So you want us basically to just bus our kids off? Because I've had 2 go through that school, and I know my kid doesn't live too far away, so this is all questions. Why are you trying to build more return on investment properties in our end instead of housing, which is basically what it is? Like, doesn't make sense to me. It seems more of a financial game than it is a responsible thing.
Thank you. Any questions from commission? Seeing none, you may return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I'll ask, apologize for the pronunciation if I get it wrong here. Mark Reeks? Reeks. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Reeks. I've lived in Douglas Park for almost 44 years. Mike Wild has covered a lot of the comments, but I'm going to repeat a lot of them. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. You're aware of a number of the community activities that have taken place to discuss this, and it's well attended, and identified significant concerns about this development. I have a number of areas of concern regarding the application. Hopefully I'll incorporate these concerns when considering the application. Some of these concerns are as following: high density, traffic, parking, snow removal, and infrastructure. High density, this project includes 90 residential units, which is approximately the number of residential units south of Douglas Avenue. This well exceeds the guidelines in the OCP, where densities slightly higher than the neighborhood are recommended. Across the street are 7 condos and 2 houses, 9 units in total. This is 90 units, which is 10 times the size. The OCP on page 102 recommends a maximum of 2.5 times. Page 101 of the OCP states, high-rise apartments should be located on collector or arterial roadways where there are abutting multi-unit commercial developments or commercial developments. None of these exist. Arcola Avenue is the closest arterial, which is about 1 kilometer away. 20th is listed as a local road. Further, from the OCP, page 1, in all cases, the expected densities and housing types determine the land value. The developer should be well aware of the appropriate development type when buying the land and not having to change the bylaw for their profit. The proposed building overwhelms the area by not reflecting the existing density and character of the neighborhood. There are no buildings over 3 stories in the area. The proposed building does not fit within the Wascana Center height restrictions outside the new corridors that were approved in April for buildings within 500 meters of the center. The proposed building appears to be set back from 20th Avenue by about 20 feet, which is not consistent with about 35 feet from the sidewalk for the residences in Douglas Park. Being so close to the street, the height will again overwhelm the residential street. While there's a setback for the top 2 stories, the first 3 stories are just going to be so much higher. There's no provision for green space that exists in every other property on Douglas Park except for a small frontage on 20th Avenue. This seems to go against the city encouragement of open space. The proposed development overlooks 2 schoolyards. I'm not aware of any building of this height and density overlooking an elementary school in the city. How would your kids feel with a 5-story building overlooking them? The privacy of many residences will be impacted through the proposed building overlooking backyards. The base noise from things like the HVAC will also affect the neighborhood. Looking at the developer's website, this has been brought up a little bit, current activity is limited to commercial buildings. With no experience with building and managing a residential building of this size could negatively impact the community, because managing a residential building is a lot different than managing a commercial building. The developer has made no effort to engage the community as a whole. There was wide awareness of the current concerns, yet no effort was made to meet with the community. He did meet with some individuals, but that isn't the community. This is a terrible reflection of a business trying to be part of the community. The Accelerator Fund, which was approved some zoning changes, provides considerable options available for buildings approved in the newly approved corridors. Building such a high density building in this community sets a very dangerous precedent for all residential areas of the city. All communities, especially those with schools and green spaces, should be concerned if development proceeds, as it appears administration considers these as underutilized. Okay, I know my time is up. I will get to my conclusion. There seems to be more interest in what developers want rather than working with the citizens of Regina. While development is necessary, community concerns should be an important consideration. I've not heard of opposition to reasonable development on the 535 Douglas Avenue property. Prior to the proposed amendment, we thought all of that school zone would be used for condos or residential units, much like is done in the former Howard de Groot School. Approving this proposal would be a dangerous precedent for all wards in the cities. Developers would see high-density multi-story buildings can be built in any space, in any subdivision without consultation with the affected neighborhood. Ultimately, the project is the root, high density of the project is the root cause of issues identified. I believe we should preserve the character of the neighborhood with a reasonable development. Therefore, request that the Planning Commission decline the proposed zoning amendment and request the developer to work with the community on a more appropriate development.
Thank you. Any questions from Commission? Yeah, go ahead, Maynard.
Thanks for your presentation. You raised an interesting point about the noise from the HVAC. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I've not heard that one before. Do you have any?
No, I don't have any experience with it except
I was just wondering if there were other buildings that you're aware of where that was an issue?
Well, I don't know of any buildings built so of that size, built so close to a few residential, like Mr. Wild's building, 20 feet away. I'm just thinking that there will be
okay.
Noise.
St. Andrew is very, very visible, or very, you can hear it.
got Ruskin here.
All right, let's just keep it to the delegation, please.
Okay.
I can ask the question of others later on, too.
Okay,
just
but
so it's on
I
the-
do agree with the comment that was made. I walk by that building regularly. St. Andrews has a very loud HVAC or whatever it is very noisy, that building.
Thanks.
And there are others, older buildings that are quite noisy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mark, thank you very much. You may return to the gallery.
Thank you.
See you later, John. Next delegation is Jean-Paul Beauveridge.
Good afternoon. My name is Jean-Paul Beauveridge, JP, as most people call me, and I live at 506 Murray Avenue in Douglas Park. I've lived in Douglas Park for 44 years. I'm here today to tell you should not recommend that this proposed 5-story development at 535 Douglas Avenue proceed. The reason is because this development has not had almost zero community engagement in determining what is really height appropriate for this site within the community and what is not appropriate. This lack of community engagement has resulted in an entire community that is angry, frustrated, and feels like something is being pushed forward at warp speed. The City of Regina's own development approval process has barely been able to check mark off the process requirements in its haste to push this project forward. Proper and regular communication and engagement is one of the very basics of what makes a large project like this successful within the community. Proper and regular communication ensures that questions are answered in advance, and this promotes trust from all parties. Let me tell you how this communication has not taken place. In the very beginning, there wasn't even a sign put out on the property by the City of Regina indicating development. Sign didn't go up until community citizens began asking questions. Yet the developer had clearly been working on their plans for months. The developer's first rendering showed a 5-story structure with Mike's bungalow right beside it. The bungalow is half the height of the development rendering. Clearly the image was being promoted that this structure, oh, it's not too high, everything's good. It's not much taller than a single-family dwelling. The developer's original shade study appeared to be showing the effects of shade during the winter solstice. Oh, wonderful. Isn't that great communication? The City of Regina refused to meet face-to-face with the community members, opting instead to hide behind a Zoom call, just like many people do behind emails. They hide behind their email. This in spite of the community telling the City of Regina that many community members don't even own a computer to participate and give their feedback. We told the city. The Zoom call that the City of Regina recorded and posted excluded the tsunami of questions that residents were asking. The City of Regina, the developer, and the Regina Christian College will not tell the Douglas Park community when and how this property was tendered. This is a property owned by an educational institution, therefore must be tendered if sold as a non-educational institution or public entity. But the Regina Christian College refused to engage with the community when we reached out to them. I want everybody to know that. The developer finally agreed to meet the community, but not the whole community. The developer had six 30-minute meetings where 3 people could attend each meeting. A total of 18 persons could meet during 6 meetings. How does the over 700 residents that signed a petition against something that's 5 stories high get to participate when only 18 get to sign up? Why not have a public meeting where all questions can be answered? The simple answer is because this developer does not want to meet with the community face to face. That's what builds trust or mistrust in this case. I want to emphasize that our community is in favor of developing this property. to attain the City of Regina's diversity and density goals, but a development that is height appropriate for the community and appropriate for the public school next door. Determining what level of height appropriateness is has not been attained because there's been absolutely zero communication or engagement with the community by this developer. For this reason, I strongly recommend that you find the courage not to recommend this development to the City Council, but instead send it back to square one of the development process with a strong emphasis on community engagement, not hiding. In cities like Toronto, to conclude, to finish up, in cities like Toronto, there's actually an appeal process that citizens can use when decisions are made that are not agreeable to the mass of citizens. Regina does not have such an appeal process. Therefore, I'm appealing to you here today to have the courage to listen to the citizens, the people that live in the community, so that we can all enjoy new developments that will be of benefit to the city, its citizens, and the neighborhoods that they're being built within, not just the developer. Thank you very, I'll take questions right now very happily, just like Mike did.
Questions from Commission?
Go ahead. Mr. Chair, I'll start, Jean-Paul. You spend quite a bit of time talking about consultation and communication and engagement with the community, engagement with the developer. There may be one or two things different. Consultation or engagement is different to everyone.
What sort of what?
Like consultation is different to different people. Consultation
You know
will be
what?
different.
You know
What does consultation to you mean?
You know
would you
what,
like to see?
Council, that's a really good question. Thank you very much. You know, when we had our community meetings, we give everybody the opportunity, whether they're computer savvy or not, the opportunity to ask questions and get an answer back. It's about discussion. You can, it's like any kind of meeting, a church meeting, a community meeting, a meeting in your house. You build trust that way. That has not happened. So now we come here today and we hear people like the fellow from the Realtors Association telling us, oh, you can't make it, the financial performance numbers can't be met unless this is 5 stories high. I came from a business background, and I'd have to ask the person, how is it that we're able to build the 2-story structures being built around Canadian Tire, around Costco, or around Badham Drive? That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't promote trust to me when they're telling me, oh, this has to be 5 stories high. Our community is reasonable, but we're not getting that level of reasonableness back at all. And yet when it comes down to a vote, there's 10 people that are going to vote here. And yet this is a hot topic in Regina. 10 people that get to decide what's good for the community, not the community. If it's that hot a topic, I'd challenge the City of Regina and say, why don't you have a referendum if you're that so sure of yourself of the decision that you know you've already made in your head. Have the courage to listen to the people that are living right there. And finally, I'd like to say, you know what? Again, our community, and to answer your questions, we've had lots of meetings and whatnot. We've built a lot of trust, except with the developer and Regina Christian College. Why, when you have such a plum piece of property here that our community is in favor of developing at a reasonable height, why wouldn't you set a condition on this that says, you know what, we're going to allow you, Mr. Developer, to develop this, but you know what? Nobody's clamoring to develop where we really need the development in the core area. So we're going to attach a condition here that you could develop here, but you got to develop over there too. Are we doing that? Why are we not leveraging things like that to our benefit to help our core area or the downtown area? Instead, we just get to develop whatever we want in whatever neighborhood we want. I don't think that that's fair. That's what the community is feeling today. They don't think that, they have zero trust for what has been happening because of the lack of engagement from the developer, a city of Regina that's just going through a process, check mark, check mark, check mark, but not listening. Today has been the best venue that we've found to actually where people aren't sitting there on their cell phones during many city council Regina meetings, and everybody's on their cell phone when somebody's up speaking. People here are actually listening, and I applaud you for that. And I'll applaud you even more if you have the courage to send us back to square one and say, let's have some proper engagement and apologies. Let's start all over, and let's figure out what the right level of height appropriateness is for this development on this property.
One more. You want a question? So when the neighborhood design, the neighborhood discussion when we talked about Hillsdale, we talked about Arnhem and Ritchie, and we talked about height variance. I'm not sure, were you involved in any of that conversation about, because we're talking about height variance here. You're talking about, you're not in favor of 18, but you might be in favor of something less than that.
I was the one that looked up in the Wascana plan. I attended the Wascana Authority's 100-year plan meetings, et cetera. My wife and I did. It's great to have good plans. You know, and that, they had a limit on that. The Wascana Authority had that 15-meter restriction. It's on page 164 of their 194-page plan, right? That was excellent, and the reason is because, you know what, you don't want to just be building some large thing in the middle of nowhere that's going to be blocking off the sun. It's going to be creating the traffic issues, all those issues that the realtor representative said and all the other people have said. We have to be reasonable. And as other people have said, we're not NIMBYs. We're just looking for something that's reasonable, and we're looking to you as reasonable people to be able to say, you know what, this community's right, but it's not just our community. It's Hillsdale. It's El Ritchie. It's everybody else. They feel the same way. This isn't right. We are building structures that are too big inside the communities. Development, yes. But let's do things that are reasonable and appropriate, okay?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from Commission? Seeing none, thank you very much, JP.
Thank you for hearing me today, I appreciate it.
The next delegation is Blair Wood.
Good day. I won't be the most popular person here. I'm in favor of this proposal. I live on the east end of 20th Avenue, actually on Park Street. I've lived there for 20 years, and I lived in Arnhem Place for 18 years before that. I think this project is needed in this area. There's one neighbor, I'll describe my neighborhood. My block is the 29 block of Park Street. The age of the residents would be from 50 to 80 years old. There are no elementary school kids on my block. At Halloween, we get maybe 10 to 15 people. So one of the people at the end of my block is considering selling her house. She's unable to keep the house up anymore. She will not be living in Arnhem Place. She will not be living in Douglas Park. And she will not be living in Dominion Heights because there are no buildings in those areas that are accessible to people that have mobility issues. There are no elevators. The apartment buildings in these areas are generally 50 years old. All of them have stairs. So there's no place for this person to go. She's about to be booted out of the neighborhood she was born in. The location I feel is ideal for this development. I don't have any problem at all with its height. There's a bus route on Douglas Avenue that would serve people quite well. I saw something on Google today about Douglas Place not being a walkable community. I walked to this meeting, 40 minutes, just fine. The property that the building is about to, or could be developed on, is not used by any kids. It's not used by the school kids that are attending that school today, and it's not used by any of the community members. I've walked by there hundreds of times. Nobody uses that area of the schoolyard. Douglas Park gets used, not the St. Andrews School ground. I feel the design of the building is quite attractive, does not take away from the neighborhood, affects the sight lines of very few residents. The developer has made a decision to go with some underground parking, which I applaud. That'll try and take some of the load off the streets. I noted that I attended one community meeting and felt that it was fairly aggressively anti-development. Didn't feel very comfortable going in there to it. Average age of the people there, 50 to 70 years old. So they're just trying to protect their neighborhood. You can say it's not NIMBYism, but if it walks like a duck, it's a duck. I disapprove of the developments on the outer edges of the city. I wouldn't have walked to this meeting if I lived on Chuka. That's another 6 kilometers past where I currently live. So it seems these days it's far easier to say no to anything than it is to say yes. So do the right thing.
Thank you. Any questions from Commission? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Craig Kazama.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Craig Kazama, and I have 4 generations living in this community currently. And, very passionate about the community, and just, 3 things that I want to kind of focus on. There's been a lot of things that have been kind of talked about on, the empirical data and scientific and that sort of thing, and checking boxes off, and that's all important. There's no doubt. But sometimes what you have to do is you got to touch and feel something to get a really good sense of what's going on. So there's 3 things, character of the area. So anytime you're doing any kind of development, and I'm not opposed to development, but anytime you're doing any kind of development, you've got to kind of try and maintain the character of the area. And I think a 5-story building is outside the character of the area. The other part is, really taking a look from a safety perspective. And I do understand that there was a traffic assessment that was done. There's some questionable timing of when that happened in November, but regardless, there was a traffic assessment that was done. But sometimes you actually got to go and you got to take a look at some of these things as well. It's not all about the numbers. I am not disputing that on 20th Avenue, if maybe it can handle 100 cars, and right now maybe there's 50, that are traveling on that. But I think what we have to take a look at is the other environmental impacts of that road. And I would challenge you, and especially in the wintertime, to go on Lacon Street between 25 block and 27 block Lacon, where you do have 2- and 3-story apartment buildings, and it's nowhere near as a busy a street as 20th Avenue would be. And you cannot have 2 lanes of traffic going through there. With the snow buildup and the cars parked on either side, it is a very, very risky road to travel on. And my fear is we're going to move that kind of a problem onto 20th Avenue, where now you've got 2 schools and a lot more pedestrian traffic than on Lacon Street. And regardless, again, on whether or not some kind of traffic assessment tells you that a sheer amount of numbers can be handled on that type of a road, I think you've got to look at the environmental impact and the environmental surrounding and take that into consideration as well. The other thing that I would like you to take into consideration really is about the infrastructure. And I know that part of the thing that ends up happening, and people have been talking about checking boxes, is the infrastructure, so the water and the sewer. And you got to think that if the city administration is recommending this as a pass, that they've looked at those type of things. I would argue that in the last 6 months, again, I live in that area. In the last 6 months, within a 4-block radius, that there has been some major sewer and water issues. And again, it's been pointed out just this past weekend on Francis in between Douglas Avenue and 20th, a couple blocks away from where we're talking about. Again, you know, we talk about transparency and, you know, we talk about engagement. You know, part of the thing with transparency, and even I would find it a little bit more palatable as well too, is that if there were some assurances that when there was development going in, that people are actually not just checking boxes and that they're actually, you know, telling the residents that we're going to upgrade the system to make sure that this can handle, you know, whatever we're planning on doing. Again, I am not opposed to development. I'm opposed to this specific development because I don't think that the infrastructure can handle, and I'm going by what I see, not by checking a box or some kind of scientific data that's coming. I see the barricades up, I see the vac trucks there, I see the construction going on, and many, many times over. You know, the other part about the transparency, and you know, I was lucky enough that I'm not sure if it was just 18 people that got to meet with the developer. I was lucky enough to be able to meet with him, and you know, and I was very thankful. And honestly, I think that through some of our conversations, you know, the developer actually did make some adjustments to his development. And that's just a prime example of, you know, if you engage the people, you know, and you listen to the people, and again, not saying that everything that Josh did, I'm still, you know, I'm still opposed to the development, but I do have to say that I did feel that he listened to me and that he did make some adjustments. And I would say that if there was more transparency and more engagement, that more people would feel the same, and I would suggest that the developer may have chosen to do some things differently as well too, to appease more people. And I would, again, suggest understanding that there's certain protocols that everybody follows and that a developer doesn't necessarily have to have engagement sessions with the community. I would say, you know, city, make that a priority. Make that part of the process. Make sure that if we've got boxes to check, that that is part of it. Let's make sure that not whether or not a developer wants to engage the community, that the city make sure that that is a requirement. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you very much. Any questions from commission? Brent, did you have your hand up? Go ahead, please.
Thank you for your presentation. Just for some clarity, would you be able to provide a direct example of what changed within the project after your meeting with the developer?
Well, and again, I'm not going to take credit because I don't know if it was already kind of in the initial stages, but there are a couple things. You know, one, dual access into the parking. You know, the initial plan that we've seen, I thought only had access into the parking coming in off of the back alley. So on the west side, I believe that the new plan, you know, does have access coming in. The easement, you know, from the walking perspective, again, it doesn't solve all of the issue because it was pointed out before, the easement actually starts after the parking lot. But, you know, if there was a way that something could have been developed so that you've created a parking lot right through there, the step back, you know, from the setback from the street, the tiered aspect. So again, all those things were done after the fact, I believe. You know, and I'm, again, not taking credit because some of those things were things that Josh showed us that he already had taken some feedback from some people. But again, you know, it's about engaging people and getting, you know, being transparent with the plan. And honestly, you know, there's fear through our community that this is just step one. And because of the lack of transparency and what's happened with this project, again, you know, there was some talk about, well, how long do we think that a K-3 school is going to be practical? Well, I don't know. You know, is this step one? You know, is the plan actually to sell that and develop further on there? There was the question, and you had asked a fair question about whether or not this would be as big of issue if it was on Douglas Avenue as opposed to 20th Avenue. In my opinion, it's not as big an issue to me because I feel that that roadway is much more suited for a higher density project than what 20th Avenue is. But then again, that's my opinion.
Okay. Was there an interest over here? No? Okay, great, thank you. All right, I see no more questions. You may return to the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Allison Waters.
Good evening, commissioners and councillors. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak here today. I'm not practiced in speaking publicly like this, nor in using the language of government policy or politics. I come here today as a mother and as a registered nurse. My husband is a fireman. He's here today. We have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old boy. We live on the street of the proposed build behind Douglas Park School. My little boys look out the window every day at the kids in the playground. There are a surprising number of nurse fireman couples and many of our friends with young families are teachers, government workers, carpenters, people in IT, etc. The number one thing we look for in a home, especially when we have small children, is safety. For this reason, many of our friends and co-workers live rurally and choose to commute to work. We literally did a stakeout on this street before we bought our property a few years ago to ensure it felt safe and that the school wasn't too loud, the bells and all that, and it felt safe enough. The fact that there was a school zone helped. We don't want you to have to think about it, but in our jobs, we see and we talk about the horrors and the tragedies in our city. This deepens our vigilance to create safety for our families. Today I wanted to remind everyone here that the Regina General Hospital no longer has a pediatric ICU, and we only have a pediatric surgeon every other week, and they don't perform every surgery required for children. Also, the time to get an unstable child from Regina to the Saskatoon ICU is hours. It's 6 hours to get to the intensive care unit in Saskatoon, sometimes at least, usually by air ambulance, and they have to be very stable to go by road. If you haven't had the opportunity to see the lot where the proposed build will be, you might not know that this 5-story apartment will directly overlook the playground of Parc de Cole, which it no longer will be, and also directly next to Douglas Park School playground. On page 2 of this package that the RPC provided, it begins the impact section and states a strategic priority is community safety and well-being. It states the proposal supports these objectives, but it kind of only speaks to the diversity aspect in there and doesn't really explore safety at all. It actually shares further in Appendix B of the package that safety is the responsibility of RPS. On page 5 of the same package, it admits that the build already does not comply with school reuse guidelines, as it suggests that densities be slightly higher than the surrounding neighborhood, and that the building height be consistent with that of adjacent development. These school reuse guidelines perhaps don't even expect a school to still exist on the reuse property, not to mention neighboring another large public school and overlooking its school ground and overshadowing it on the east. The football fields of Douglas Park, as well as the toboggan hill, will be in shade after dinner when all the kids like to toboggan in the winter. Essentially, this building is 5 stories, 90 units, likelihood of 200 plus residents at any given time. You can't regulate how many people live in a rental. You can try, but there can be many, many people that live in any unit at any given time. In a school playground, literally in a school playground. Do you know what a toddler boy's greatest instinct is? It's to not listen to his mother. Occasionally, to run directly onto the road. To densify my street and the street of the schools that these children attend, you cannot tell me it is consistent with safety and well-being of this neighborhood. Traffic accidents would be the foremost concern, but to densify so intensely, it cannot be denied that the risk of safety to many other aspects cannot be considered. I'm embarrassed to say this, I don't know why, but child predators, gang violence, theft, drugs, privacy in a world where we all have a camera at our fingertips. My friend is a teacher at Campbell School Collegiate. They did a active shooter safety to date. They do it twice a year, active shooter. So that's in the school, but we're giving them a balcony to look off of too. So I'm a mom, I think of all these things. And I do believe the property has potential, not at this height. I would like to ask you councillors to answer this. Is building the largest possible low-rise in all of our school playgrounds the answers? The goal of, sorry.
Take your time.
The goal of profoundly increasing housing supply and the assistance of the Housing Accelerator Fund does not mean we should become dogmatic in our thinking with each proposal that presents from here on. People's opinions used to matter and make a difference. Our community wants people to have homes to live in, just not monstrous complexes to be overlooking schools and overcrowd their streets. I ask that you just take children's safety into consideration in addition to everything else.
Thank you.
Any questions?
There's water there for you if you need it.
Okay, thank you.
No, I know how nerve-wracking this place can be, yeah. Let's see what we got. Jordan, go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
You can take a breath. My name is Jordan. I'm also a registered nurse.
Okay.
And I appreciate your conversation and what you brought with us today. I am a little bit concerned that you're speaking as a registered nurse. It's fine because you are one, but I'm not aware of increased risks as a result of apartments anywhere.
No.
And so I'm curious if you actually, like if you have the sort of the nursing evidence that would provide me with the ability to make a recommendation about safety based on an apartment. Thank you.
I guess the point I was trying to make early on in my speech, just our young friends who are similar to us who want to buy homes in communities like this. We don't want to buy a home in a community like this if that property existed. We may look to sell because I can't help it after I've had children and literally visualize them getting hit by a car. I can't undo it. Our brain rewires. So to me, the lack of safety, the increased risk is too profound for me, if that makes sense.
No, I appreciate that. I'm curious if, like, are you basing this increased risk on a study? Are you basing it on?
No, of course not. Not on a study, but the increased traffic, the drug potential.
So are people in apartments more likely to do drugs than people in houses?
My spouse is going to speak about this after, but we, for 10 years of my life before we decided to buy a home, I was in a condo, a 14-unit condo, and it was right by the general hospital. I could walk, and I couldn't sell it either. Like, so if people are looking for homes, come buy my condo, because we can't sell those either. Many people who bought at that time. Anyways, often there's paraphernalia in the staircases, not from residents, from people who find places to sleep in the winter, or there were residents who were coming and going, who were renters, and there was drug issues. There were other issues that I didn't want to have a child in that building either.
Right. Okay. No, I appreciate that. I guess one of the things that I think about when I think about traffic increase, so to go back to the idea of traffic, is if people move to Regina and they don't move to the neighborhoods near where you and I live, so closer to the core, that means they move farther away. And so that means they're actually driving further, so there's more like minutes traveled per resident as they move further away. So it seems to me that moving away from established neighborhoods and moving away from infill, to speak to your safety concern, which I also obviously share with you in healthcare, that actually increases as a result of lower density being pushed out. And so And that would be true of all of the considerations that have been brought up. So whether it's traffic accidents, which are horrific, especially when they involve children, when it comes to pollution, when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. It seems to me, and I could be wrong on this, but it seems to me that all of that increases as a result of moving away from development in the neighborhoods that you and I live in. And I'm curious if that would help you to assuage, like if that helps to make you feel better about the decision, maybe not this particular building, but in general, the idea of intensifying established neighborhoods in a city like Regina.
I'd like to ask in response, have you seen our street? And if you could visualize what this build is going to do as far as blind spots and the parking. There was a photo presented from AJ, he had sent it in, but I don't know if everybody saw it. It's the cars parked along our street in front of our houses every single day, even on this side where it says no parking. Kids have to walk out between those all the time. So all I can speak to is the lack of safety on our street and people continuing to drive by, and also the people speeding through the school zone is profound. Like, it is already less safe than I expected I would feel with my kids in that house.
Is there a possibility that an apartment would make it safer?
Not this density, I don't believe, no.
No?
No, and I also believe that it would create some blind spots where suspicious activity could take place.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's all my question.
Yeah. May I answer a question from earlier that was proposed at somebody else as well about daycare? There are 3 daycares in the neighborhood. There's one on 20th Avenue, day home, her name's Tony. There's our Robin's Nest. She is like literally a block away from the proposed build. And there is Soul to Soul, and those are just the ones I've become aware of in 3 weeks of. Yeah, so there are a handful of home daycares in our neighborhood. Anyway, thank you. Thanks. Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name's Tyson M. I work with Regina Fire Department. Everything I'm saying is public knowledge. I just want to provide some info about my job and what we're seeing in the city. We're responding to almost as many overdose calls these days as fire calls. And that's been happening for the last few years. These calls have been continuously on the rise. In 2023, we responded to just under 1,700 overdoses. And these are only the overdoses where someone has called 911. The true amount of overdoses is much higher than that. There was 109 deaths in the city in 2016, 405 deaths in 2021. That's 4 times the increase in a 5-year period. With fentanyl, a little bit about fentanyl. Only a few grains of fentanyl can bring on overdose. Because you oftentimes can't even see this drug, babies are overdosing. There's traces on the ground, traces in carpets and homes, whatever it is, babies are being affected. I see this being a growing problem going forward for children and babies. Also, another part of my job is responding to needle pickups, where very commonly that is seen within school grounds and playgrounds, being extremely common areas for this to be found. All this info brings me to my point that I can't believe we're even considering placing a 90-unit rental property with 90 to hundreds of people living in the unit immediately next to and beside 2 school grounds and schools. These hundreds of people that will be living in this unit, their backyard just became the playground of these schools. I honestly think that literally any other spot than a school ground is already a step in the right direction. I don't think these should be happening. Builds like this should not be happening on school grounds and right next to schools. I believe that you'll be seeing drug paraphernalia showing up on these spaces, and some of it you won't see because I said before, you're not necessarily seeing fentanyl. Sorry, I just lost my spot there. I just really hope it's me coming into contact with this and not my kids as they're rolling around in the grass, going down the slide or crazy carpeting down the hill. I also ask that you take a drive down our street through our lovely neighborhood and have a look for yourself and please be reasonable. There's nothing else remotely similar to this development in our neighborhood currently. There are endless boarded up homes in the city as well right now that would be right prime spots for major developments such as this. And as my wife said, before we bought our house on Douglas Park, we really took the time to pick where we were moving to. It's such a great neighborhood. Before we bought the house, we lived in this 3-story condo where we were constantly seeing drug paraphernalia in the hallways and the stairwells. Theft and vandalism also being issues. And also 12 out of the 14 units in our condo were being rented as rental units at that time as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions from Commission? Yeah. Sorry, I'm just getting the number right here. Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate that. I have a similar question. I'm not trying to pick on you. It seems to me that you're speaking as a professional, and so I want to make sure that I understand kind of how that affects your perception and how that can help us to make a recommendation to council. Can you help me to understand how an apartment building in the location that's proposed will provide increased risk for hiding drug paraphernalia or preventing sight lines, so like preventing visibility relative to a single-story building or relative to, if a normal house were to be built on that area. You can't see from your car, you can't see through a house, you can't see through an apartment. It seems to me that it would block it the same amount. So can you help me to understand how this provides an increased risk compared to some of the development that has been
Yeah, the main thing I would want to say to that is the density and the population. There's, like I said, 9 to 90 units, but there could be hundreds of people living in that unit. And their backyard became the school grounds. So if someone is up to that behavior, they're going to be doing it in their homes in their backyards. Well, their backyard is the school ground. So that's the danger that I'm
But how is that different than if someone bought a house, like if they built a house there and someone in that house decided to do fentanyl in their backyard? How would that be less of a risk just because it's a house than if it's an apartment? How does the density increase the likelihood of drug use?
Just because of the population, the amount of people that's bringing into that space.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, we're assuming that drug use will be used somewhere. You would prefer that it's somewhere else in Regina than in an apartment?
I think that's a bigger issue, all of the city, but the fact that we're considering putting these developments on and immediately next to school grounds would be the obvious concern for me.
I see. All right, I appreciate it.
And I'm not against any development.
No. I'm not trying to be critical. You identified yourself as a firefighter. I respect that profession. I'm just trying to understand how your presentation is linked to the proposal based on your profession and based on your perspective. So I appreciate it.
It's the number of people that would be moving into that space.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what I chose to focus on today.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tyson. Thank you. James Elliott. I've never seen you written as James Elliott before. Jim, come on up. I wasn't quite sure.
You can complain about the computer system, because when I put J in there, it filled everything else in.
All right.
So,
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Jim Elliott, and for references to this discussion, I probably live in one of the densest neighborhoods in the city, and we don't have anything higher than a 4-story apartment. So the idea conceptually that you need this to create density is a false assumption. Also, you've heard a lot of comments about, well, the OCP says you shouldn't do this, and the guidelines for school reuse says you shouldn't do this. My question is, you should be obligated to say no to this development just because that's the wise knowledge of those documents and those assessments should dictate to you to some extent as to why you should be saying no to this proposal. The other aspect of this that I think is problematic is that the school says this is underutilized space. I would almost guarantee just about every schoolyard in the city and every park in the city could be considered underutilized space. So are we going to start rebuilding and putting in apartments into schoolyards, into parks all across the city, or are we actually going to say no, let's utilize those spaces in a more effective way for the kids and for the neighborhood? And so again, I think there's a sense that you're being told by the school that you have to do this because we have to make sure this is utilized. The other aspect of this, which I'll talk about, is the daycare. Right now, the developer says, yes, we're going to have a daycare. You actually can't guarantee that there will be a daycare in there. You have no authority to tell the developer he has to have a daycare there, which basically means you're giving, or he's giving you a carrot to possibly approve this in the hope maybe that you might get a daycare there. But you have no authority to say that will happen. Right now, daycare workers are getting between $12 and $15 an hour. It takes 2 to 3 years to be educated to become a daycare. I would be surprised, even if this building is built, that you'd have a daycare within 10 years. So what's likely going to happen is he's then going to come back, oh, sorry, we couldn't find a daycare to move in here. We're going to convert the rest of this thing to apartments and increase the amount of parking, which unfortunately they won't be able to do because the space has already been allotted to the parking. The other thing, which I think is also problematic with this property, is the alleyway on the west side. I can almost guarantee that probably 50% of the people that are going to be coming to that daycare will use that back alley. They won't use the street. The St. Joseph School, which I'm very familiar with, that was redeveloped into housing, I would say probably 50% of the traffic in that parking lot is people driving through the parking lot, including city vehicles, including commercial vehicles. They use it essentially as a street. And I would guarantee that you're going to get that. And then second of all, because it's a back alley, and I've got a back alley, there is no way you're going to have more than one-way traffic on that back alley. You cannot have two-way, which again means you're going to end up getting into all kinds of blockages, problems, traffic, everything that's going to go with that space. I guess the other things that have been commented before have already been identified by people. I guess my real concern to some extent with the online Teams meeting is and as far as I'm aware, it's very simple. It takes 2 or 3 clicks on a mouse and bingo, you've got the chat recorded, and you could very readily have had that available as part of the meeting, but in fact it wasn't done. And so that puts into those concerns. I won't necessarily mention the shadow, but I would question whether anybody would want to have a child in Douglas Park School when 80% of the parking lot during the wintertime has got no sun. And I guess the last point I'll put to this is the idea that it's not the school proposing this rezoning, but a developer. Like right now, the land is owned by the developer or by the schools. They should be the ones proposing the changes and not the developer. So I'll leave it at that and be happy to answer any more questions that people
Thank you.
may
Any
have.
questions from Commission?
Go ahead. Thank you, Jim. You talked of height variance. You've talked about living in a neighborhood where nothing higher than 4. So thinking what, 12, 13? And in this particular area, for the height variance, you were involved with neighborhood plans when the Arnhem and Richie.
Yeah,
Can you kind of give it a little more so the audience want to hear it? What was decided on the height variance at that time?
Well, I guess, first of all, one thing that we found when we did some of the analysis of the neighborhood is for a period of about 5 years, just prior to when the neighborhood plan developed, our population actually went up. And it was basically a certain level of duplexes and a few other fourplexes that were built. And as I said, we have essentially 0% anything, bigger than that. We did look at, I think as has been identified in the discussions around the transit corridors, some aspect that there could possibly be some taller buildings on Victoria Avenue. And a few spots like that. But I think the idea was that, I guess because we were fairly high dense to start with, and in fact higher than the average of the city, the question when people were talking about densification or intensification was, well, why are you asking us to do it when you're not doing it? And so I think there's the potential, as some of the delegates have talked about, to increase the density without necessarily building the monsters, the 6-story apartments and that type of thing. I think you could go into a lot more duplexes, which in many cases don't look any different and would fit into the character of the neighborhood just as well. And like I said, if every single apartment or a unit went to a duplex, you could double the population overnight without really changing the character of the neighborhood. So, so those are some of the discussions we had within that. But to some extent, we looked at just the idea of what I think was part of the Accelerator Fund discussion was more of the, one might call slow density or slow densification. The idea is that, like I said, someone could take out an older house and put in a duplex, or as one of the previous people talked about, putting in laneway suites and that type of thing, that to add to the density or add to the population in the neighborhood and allow people to live downtown.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jim. The next delegation is Linda Tidball.
Yes, my name is Linda Tidball, and that is my son, and I'm not quite as articulate as he is. So I am just going to read what I have written and speak from my heart. As a long-term resident of Douglas Place over 42 years, I would like to speak to how this development will change my neighborhood. At present, my husband and I live in a reasonably quiet area of the city, close to churches, schools, parks, etc. People living in Douglas Place value the community spirit that exists in the neighborhood, chatting on the street, giving gardening advice, and helping shovel snow in the winter. I realize that this may be a major appeal to others for the area, but high-density housing is not part of that appeal. High-density housing so close to our schools is just not right. Our children's safety is a prime concern given the increased traffic, both vehicle and pedestrian, that will occur near both elementary schools. Another more disturbing concern is the height proposed for this building. Should this area be filled with a 6-story building, when this will change the community appearance and detract from its appeal to families wishing to establish long-term roots? When this proposal was first known to the community, a petition was circulated concerning the height and density of the proposed build. One resident who signed the petition is the developer's own grandmother. She may have not known he was involved, but she did sign the petition, along with the majority of the neighborhood. Too high, too many units, too little concern for existing residents. And if this proposed structure is approved, will it be the first of others to be built on the existing school's yard? Given the approval for the development will open the way for more buildings to be built at the other end of the property. And as I understand, there is a possibility of Holy Cross Church being closed in the future, so this will have the potential to build more long-term family residents, not as exists in the district already. I would suggest that you have the property developed in the same vein as existing housing, such as single and 2-story structures, as the infill when Harold de Groot's site was redeveloped. Giving approval for these large apartment buildings changes the character and stability of the community, the street view of our community, and undermines the safety of our children. And just as an aside, I went for a walk today and I went by the school, and there were kids playing in the schoolyard, and I took a photo. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commission? All right.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Next delegation is Janice Lebel.
My name is Janice Lebel, and I've lived in Douglas Park for 38 years. I am a concerned citizen asking the city to say no to this proposed 5-story development. My opposition is not to new development. It's to this out-of-context 5-story and 90-unit building that is proposed. Douglas Park is one of the most attractive areas in our city. It's an area enjoyable by all ages of residents of Douglas Park and the neighboring areas to come and walk and run or bike in. It's a noticeably very quiet and safe area, and a reason why increased traffic is a concern to me. There are 3 and 4 generations of families living here. My husband's parents built their home in Douglas Park Crescent in 1960, as well as his aunt and uncle, and building a few doors down the block. Our son lives in the area. This area is beautiful, loved, and respected. It is family-friendly and it's pet-friendly. The feel is comfortable and settled. Parking is a concern. Adequate parking will apparently be provided with this new building. But where will the visitor or construction vehicles park? Probably in front of our house. And where will the surrounding homeowners' visitors have to park? People want in this neighborhood, and it's not unusual to see letters from people and real estate agents asking if we're interested in selling our homes. Douglas Park is a sought-after area, obvious by the many residents that are concerned of the changes being proposed, and also obvious to the developer who is wanting to become a part of Douglas Park and develop an unacceptably large project that is out of context for the surrounding community. What I see from my kitchen window is going to change. It will no longer be a view of the sky or the school grounds or the schools. Residents on the west side of the high-rise will see into our backyard from their windows and balconies. We've talked of living here forever and hope to age quietly and safely in Douglas Park. The city hasn't dealt with many communities fighting this strongly against densification in their neighborhoods. This development is an unacceptable precedent in terms of its scale and intrusion on a narrow street with surrounding low-rise homes. The city needs to deal with this development with some sensitivity and an eye to making it fit well within the Douglas Park neighborhood. The city should listen and work with the residents of Douglas Park and let the residents have a hand in keeping this community beautiful and stay engaged. It's disheartening to me when I hear neighbors are disappointed enough to consider moving, feeling defeated. The developer has come into a beautiful community and wants to rearrange it to their advantage. The developer has lost respect from the residents, and the residents will lose respect of their neighborhood. Please don't destroy the character of Douglas Park. The developer should have consulted with the community well before the project was submitted to the city for rezoning. Visit with the community, meet and understand the needs. A 5-story, 90-unit apartment is not what is needed here. Add density, sure, but understand what is beneficial to the Douglas Park community. Reducing the proposed height and lessening the number of units would allow the city to accommodate more people in the beautiful community of Douglas Park while still retaining the character and community feel that has existed for years. The developer and city members of this process do not understand the feel of this area or the dedication of the many long-term residents. Several years ago, Douglas Park School was rebuilt. Our community was asked to be involved. Meetings, discussions, and suggestions led to the impressive school that we see today. The city has the responsibility to appropriately guide the land use and listen to the residents. Give the residents an honest and fair chance to share their input in this development. Consulting with residents and ensuring a proper and thorough in-person community engagement is what we want. We know that Douglas Park is a special place in the city of Regina, and we do not want to stop people from enjoying what our community has to offer. But we are asking that the city ensures that community concerns are truly understood. The overwhelming amount of concern regarding this development deserves to be heard, and we ask the city to stand by our side. Time, energy, and money devoted to residential development in Douglas Park should continue to improve the area for residents without losing its comfort, security, and familiarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from Commission? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, go ahead, John, gotta be quick.
Come back, I gotta be quick.
Yeah, there's one here.
Gotta be quick. The theme of the conversation here, consultation, and friendship, and talking about understanding the neighborhood, and so if let's say because I think there was a previous delegation asked about maybe sending this back to say to the city, do a better consultation or have a more discussion with the community. What different result would you be able to, would you see, or would you be able to look at?
So I think you're asking, is there something I would prefer?
Yes.
Over the 5-story?
Yes.
I think what would be perfect, in my opinion, would be similar to what was developed across the street on 20th Avenue. The 11 houses or 7 condos. Acceptable, in my opinion, would be 2-story or 3-story.
Okay, so, and are you asking, but I'm getting another question for you would be, are you asking for more consultations? So you're asking for this process to stop and start over again?
Absolutely.
So is this, you're not speaking for everyone, you're speaking for yourself?
I'm speaking for myself.
Okay, thank you.
Start over again. This type of discussion on a much broader basis involving everybody in the community that wants to speak, absolutely, I think we could. And hopefully that would provide more feedback for the developer and the city to understand what is really beneficial to Douglas Park.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions? Thank you very much. You may return to the gallery. Next delegation is Daryl Mahal.
I wrote good afternoon there, but I guess it's good evening, members of the Regina Planning Commission. My name is Daryl Mahal. I'm a resident of Douglas Park neighborhood. I live on 20th Avenue, close to the proposed 5-story apartment building at 535 Douglas Avenue. I'm here today to express my strong opposition to this development for several reasons that I believe will significantly impact our community. First, aesthetics and community character. First and foremost, the aesthetics and character of our neighborhood will be greatly compromised by this development. Our area is predominantly composed of single-family dwellings, with most homes being 1 or 2 stories high. Introducing a 5-story apartment building into this setting would create a stark and jarring contrast, disrupting the harmonious and cohesive architectural landscape that we currently enjoy. The proposed development would stand out as an anomaly, undermining the visual appeal and overall ambiance of the neighborhood. Maintaining the aesthetic integrity of our community is vital for preserving its charm and desirability. Second, increased traffic concerns. The development of a 90-unit apartment building will inevitably lead to substantial increase in traffic. Currently, our streets are not equipped to handle the influx of vehicles that such a large development would bring. The additional traffic will exacerbate congestion, particularly during peak hours, and could lead to longer commute times and increased frustration for residents. The increased traffic poses a heightened risk of accidents, which is particularly concerning given the presence of the nearby school. Third is the proximity to the school. The proposed development is situated right beside the school, which raises significant safety concerns. The increased traffic from the new residents and their visitors will create a hazardous environment for children walking to and from school. We must prioritize the safety and well-being of children, ensuring that they can travel to school without the added risk of navigating through busy, congested streets. Fourth, impact on pedestrian safety. Our neighborhood is known for its pedestrian-friendly environment. Many residents, including myself, enjoy walking, whether it's to Wascana Park, which is a short distance away, walking our dogs, or simply enjoying a walk around the community. The alleyway between the school and the church, where the development will be located, is a popular pedestrian route. This alley is not wide enough to accommodate two-way traffic, and the increased use of the roadway due to the new development will result in congestion and potential safety hazards for pedestrians. We need to ensure that our neighborhood remains a safe and pleasant place for walking. Another concern is inadequate infrastructure. So the alley or laneway adjacent to the proposed development is not designed to support the level of traffic that 90 additional units would generate. Its narrow width is 5.5 meters. It's unsuitable for two-way traffic and with pedestrian use, leading to inevitable congestion and safety issues. This will particularly affect residents who rely on this route for daily activities, increasing the likelihood of accidents and decreasing the overall quality of life in our community. I've attached a few photos. I didn't get this submitted. I gave a few copies to Martha there, but I will send it to her. But I attached some photos that I took today mostly that kind of show measurements of the roadway, and it's clear that if you look at the pictures that two vehicles cannot pass each other down that roadway. And since this roadway runs north and south, and most of the people living in this development are going to want to go to the north because there's nothing to the south. So everybody going to work in the morning or coming home is going to come from the north. And as Jim mentioned, most of them are going to probably turn out of that parking lot and go to the north. And then we're going to have school kids coming to school at the same time as people are leaving. So I believe there's going to be, you know, a major point of pedestrian vehicle interaction, mostly children, in that laneway. So I think that's a big concern that needs to be addressed. I want to make it clear that we're not opposed to high-density development in our neighborhood. The proposed 5-story, 90-unit apartment building is unacceptable for the reasons I've outlined. A more acceptable alternative would be a development with a maximum of, say, 3 stories, no more than 50 apartments, which is about half of what's proposed. This would help to maintain the character of our community while still allowing increased housing density, and it would also mitigate to some extent many of the traffic and safety concerns associated with the current proposal. So in conclusion, I urge the Regina Planning Commission to consider these significant concerns and the potential negative impact this development would have on our neighborhood. The proposed 5-story apartment building does not fit within the existing character of our community, poses safety risks, and will lead to increased traffic congestion. I respectfully request that you reconsider the approval of this development in favor of a more suitable alternative, such as 3 stories with no more than 50 apartments, to preserve safety, aesthetic integrity, and overall quality of life in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Daryl, I just wanted to let you know that the document that you gave to Martha has been received, scanned, and is or will be distributed to the commission. Okay. It has been? All right, thank you. Any questions from commission? Seeing none, thank you very much. You may return to the gallery. Yeah, you bet. How long is it? Okay, all right. So just for everyone's benefit, we're going to have a 15-minute recess. All right. All right, folks, we're going to get started.
Anyway, I don't want to scare you. You've done this a long time. I know you've heard me. Probably got it.
Yeah, you bet. Just before I call the next delegation up, I want Commission to know that we have typically a stop at 9 o'clock. So at that point, my intention is that we finish the debate and discussion in the delegations on this file, and I'll be asking for a motion at that point as required for continuance. So I don't want to be the bearer of bad news where we go over the period of time, but I would hope that we could actually resolve this one report. So the next delegation is Bill Cronin.
Hello. My name is Bill Cronin, and I've lived in the Boot Hill area for just over 29 years now. This has always been a desirable place to live because of its quiet neighborhood and walking distance to Wascana Park for most of the residents. This proposal will drop a 5-story, 60-foot high-density building in an area that doesn't have anything close to that. 3 stories I've heard, and I haven't even seen that one. The 90 units translates to 15 times the density we have right now. This concerns me. Any reasonable development will result in increased density. This is not the area for a proposed high-density building. Over time, each neighborhood takes on its own characteristics, which has to be taken into consideration when approving a new development. This proposal doesn't fit the characteristics of our neighborhood. As you've heard, there are a number of issues with this build. Increased traffic in the school zone, which is already congested at times. There's a lot of foot traffic along 20th Avenue that'll be affected by the increased traffic. We will be losing a green space that includes a ball diamond that the previous delegation obviously never walked by, must have walked by at 10 at night. I can see out my kitchen window that is used nightly. People practice baseball there, kids play during recess there. We will be losing that green space. And we already lost our outdoor rink, now we'll be losing a baseball diamond. The issue that affects me personally, though, is the increased traffic and the aging infrastructure. The traffic flow, we'll hope, will be east-west along 20th Avenue. The proposal always lists the small back alley to the west, which you've already heard isn't big enough, barely big enough for 1 car, let alone 2. So that leaves Francis Street as the outlet to get to Douglas Avenue. I live on Francis Street. Our street already has enough traffic without adding 90 to 150 extra cars on the road. It's a narrow street with cars parked on both sides, making it difficult to have cars pass each other. The pounding our street takes has resulted in water and sewer line breaking down 7 different times over the last 2 years, twice at my particular location. We are a car driving society, and this will not change because you let a high density development go through. The roadways are ill-equipped to handle the increase in traffic. The developer should be required to hold public consultations when proposing a project of this magnitude. This did not happen. The only benefit of this proposal is with the developer and not with our neighborhood. You need to reject this proposal as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from Commission? I see none. Thank you very much, and we return to the gallery. The next delegation is Dimitri Kules.
Hi there, my name is Dimitri Kules, owner of SAS Renewable Energy Solutions. Today I'm here to speak in support of the 535 Douglas Ave multifamily project being proposed by Josh Bresciani. I'm here specifically to speak about the project's innovative, forward-thinking energy efficiency measures and its overall sustainability strategy. To begin, this multifamily building is targeted to be built 25% above the National Energy Code for buildings at minimum, which aligns with the City of Regina's goal and three-pronged approach of reducing energy consumption, improving energy efficiency, and transitioning to renewable or low-carbon energy sources to become a 100% renewable city by 2050. The proposed development will be using a Piranha wastewater heat recovery system, a Canadian-made green building technology, to contribute to reaching at least 25% better than the National Energy Code. The Piranha wastewater heat recovery system is a specialized water-to-water heat pump that efficiently recovers thermal energy or heat directly from wastewater and uses this source energy to provide up to 100% of domestic hot water, hydronic heating, or cooling for a building. In this application, the Piranha will be targeted to provide most of the building's domestic hot water requirements, significantly reducing the usage of natural gas. Regarding system efficiency, the Piranha holds an average coefficient of performance of 3.5 or 350% efficiency as compared to condensing natural gas heating systems with efficiencies of 90 to 99%. This system will also help reduce stress on the underground sewer infrastructure by utilizing one of its primary components, a wastewater holding tank, which acts as a buffer where wastewater is temporarily stored before recovering the heat from it, where it's after sent on its way. In terms of the development's building envelope, having a well-insulated roof and walls is an important piece to achieve the stated 25% better than National Energy Code. To contribute to this goal, Josh and his team are currently exploring the use of Lightzone Insulating Glass, who manufactures windows with high center of glass R values from R8 to R17. These glass units have 1.5 to 3 times the insulating values of typical double pane or triple pane windows, with no concern of declining insulation values over time due to its inert gas leakage. Lightzone can provide energy savings by effectively reducing the usage and size of building heating and cooling systems, while allowing for large expanses of glass to maximize building aesthetic, daylighting views without compromising energy efficiency and occupant comfort. In tandem with high R-value windows, the development team will also be assessing other measures that will be able to elevate the insulation of the building envelope, not only to reach stated sustainability goals, but to further enhance the comfort and living experience of tenants during our winters and summers. This building is also expected to use a geothermal or a geo-exchange system to provide heating and cooling to the building in the effort to achieve its energy efficiency goals. Geo-exchange utilizes the relatively stable underground temperatures to efficiently heat and cool the building, significantly reducing reliance on fossil fuels and lowering greenhouse gas emissions over the lifespan of the building. By implementing a geo-system, this project not only aligns with ESG goals, but can deliver resiliency and long-term savings for building residents. To address a prior concern, geosystems also mitigate the need for cooling towers or allow for much smaller ones, which alleviates the concern of noisy HVAC on rooftops brought up earlier. The building will also include a green roof and balconies as common areas where residents will be able to spend their leisure time and enjoy an amazing view, offering unique options to nurture mental and physical health, as well as establish a community garden that can provide vegetation and green architectural features within the community. Green roofs and balconies also contribute to increased rooftop insulation in terms of building efficiency and occupant comfort. They reduce heat island effect and temperatures of the roof surface, as urban areas often experience higher temperatures than rural. Green roofs help mitigate this effect by providing a cooling surface, which can lower the ambient heat temperatures. Green roofs and balconies also supply a form of rainwater conservation and will help elevate overall air quality. Developers in this city, such as Josh Brasciani, who are building with the ambition to exceed energy code standards, should be commended. This project will undoubtedly motivate others in the industry to develop their projects with sustainability and energy efficiency at the forefront. More holistically, these are the types of projects that need to be supported, not only to stay on track to meet the city's stated sustainability goals, but to also set an example for other developers and to other municipalities within and outside the province, demonstrating that energy efficient buildings can indeed be built here, can be tasteful, are viable, and further establish the City of Regina as a leader in sustainability. This is a type of development that a neighborhood should be open to welcoming, as it's been very consciously and carefully planned from every aspect by the developer and his team. It provides different living options to hardworking young families, people, immigrants, as well as seniors looking to downsize, as well as other groups. There is a 1.3 ratio from the units to parking stalls. The setbacks of the projects exceed municipal requirements by more than 2 times. And further, the rents that will be paid in this building are going to be on par with other multifamily 1 and 2 bedroom units, which brings me to my point that the rents won't be attracting the undesirable demographic that people seem to be worried about. That is all.
Thank you. Questions from commission? Go ahead.
There are more. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Just, you said this, and I just didn't, I couldn't get it down quickly enough. At the very start, the design is built 25% above
National Energy Code for buildings.
Okay, it wasn't the city's targets, it's the national code?
Yes.
Okay, okay, good, thanks very much.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this has been referenced a number of times, and I wanted to clarify for sure. Your last point was about rental. Is the entire building rental?
Yes.
Is that what's contemplated?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you.
See no more questions. Thank you very much, and we return to the gallery. Next delegation is Eugene Moride.
Good evening, my name is Eugene Moride. I live on Park Street, right in front of the bicycle lane that doesn't go anywhere. So I'm really concerned about the Planning Commission and their work and their agenda. I was involved years ago in the 1980s with the 5-story apartment that wanted to be built on 20th Avenue, and we stopped that from happening for basically the same reasons that we're going through now. Also, I was involved with the prevention of the Assiniboine flyover that would come through Wascana or Douglas Park area right next to us. Park Street is 1 lane going south, going north, 2 lanes going south. I've seen the traffic increase over the last couple of years since the COVID-19 shutdown stopped the traffic. The park is being used. It's just crazy with the traffic coming to the park. And my other concern is the construction of the building. The heavy traffic coming and going is going to tear up our streets. They don't take anything anyway. They're not designed for the heavy loads that will be hauling materials in and hauling materials out. And if they're going to use the back lane, we can forget about it lasting more than a week probably, because it'll just disappear in the sponge. We have the school issue. City of Regina is noted, and we spent some time at public school board meetings. They develop areas with no thought for a school. So now we're going to have 90 units, let's say 1 kid in each unit, which highly doubtful, and you're going to have separate and public school board. They're going to have to bus kids all over the city. You could have 20 school buses pulling up in front of that apartment 2 times a day. St. Andrews had, I think, 10 buses coming to it, bringing kids to it. So this is taking kids away. You know what, if the school board understood what was happening here, they would not be happy, because Douglas Park is not going to take any more kids. Arcola is down the street. It's a rebuilt, brand new, nice school. I would imagine it's full. So the fact that they may be taking kids out of a school to put them here, they still have to bus. And so that's the other thing. Parking on 20th Avenue is a no-brainer. On the north side is schools. And parents dropping off and picking up kids, I would imagine it's full of cars. And I don't care how many parking spots you have, if the weather is a little inclement, I'm not gonna park in my spot because I gotta navigate whatever, I'll park on the street. Oh, there's a berm here that's 3 feet away from the sidewalk, so that's okay, I'll park in the middle of the street, it doesn't matter. And the city bus route, people, I think Planning Commission thinks that everybody's gonna take a bus. I read a little bit about one of their reports or something, and it got the impression that, don't mean anybody driving, they'll be taking the bus. I doubt it. If you have a job on the west side of the city, it's an hour by bus. Also, city's got a whole bunch of new electric buses coming, and my understanding is the electric buses are a whole bunch more heavy than the regular ones that we're using now. So our roads are going to take a licking right there. The homes in the area, right now the city transit vibrates and the basement's cracked. Basement's cracked because the sponge we live on, everything moves, so now the gentleman that lives within the shadow, I can't imagine what kind of cracks his basement will develop because of it. The Housing Accelerator Fund, and I know this is out of your thing, but Trudeau does not give our money away. No, just a minute, he doesn't give our money away. He borrows it to do something like this. So this is my money that I am addressing with you people. I would really like to see you, each one, spend some time in the area, sit on Park Street for a while in the single lane traffic that's going north. You watch the bikes that go down the southbound lane because you got to cross traffic to get in the bicycle lane. It's good for kids right now because Douglas Park School is right there. Kids use it, it's good. But they also use the sidewalk. No big deal. You know, I hate to say this too, that people who live in apartments, generally I would say are nice, good people, but you live in an apartment, and how prices are today, they're stuck in an apartment. They're never going to buy a house because they can never afford to save enough money to get involved in that. So they don't really develop a vested interest in the community. You buy a house, you live in the community, you have an investment in it. Get to know your neighbors, get to know the kids, and just the streets. Oh, also sewers. Okay, so we've got a 20-inch water line coming into Douglas Park School.
Eugene, that's your time, if you could wrap up in a couple seconds.
Okay, 5 seconds. Douglas Park School, they can come off of that. But the sewer lines, are they going to take it? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from Commission? Seeing none? Thank you very much. You may return to the gallery.
And I can't quite hear you. My hearing aids do.
Oh, sorry. So there's no questions from members of the Commission, so you may return to the gallery.
Thank you very much.
Next delegation, we have Leanne Croft and Philippa Oonodida. Whenever you're ready.
Yes, can I just clarify that we each have 5 minutes?
Yeah, are they on here as separate delegations?
So I registered us separately, but I'm not sure why we were put on the same, under the delegation. We have separate emails.
Representing the same organization? If so, it'll be 5 minutes for both of you.
There are different perspectives. I'm speaking on behalf of 1080, and
I'm
Philippa,
speaking as a recent immigrant into Saskatchewan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll deal with you each separately. So I'll just go in the order that it's written here. So Leanne, 5 minutes, and then we'll move down the list.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Leanne Croft, and I'm a principal architect and partner with 1080 Architecture here in Regina. I'm here to speak in support of this project and in support of density for our city as a whole. As the architects for this project, we want to provide additional insights specifically on the zoning and design that have been uniquely considered for this development. Firstly, to support any form of residential development on this site, we would require rezoning because it is currently zoned institutional. The surrounding residential neighborhood includes a mix of residential high-rise, mixed low-rise, and residential low-rise zones. The zoning change proposed is to residential low-rise, which is the zoning directly across the street from this site. With this zone, 4 stories is permitted, and that is typically 15 meters in height as a permitted use. The TWG proposal is for a 5-story, 90-unit residential development with a 52-spot childcare and underground parking, designed to minimize its impact on the streetscape. The addition of the 5th story puts the project into a discretionary use for this zone, which adds 11 units in comparison to a typical floor in this development, which is on average 22 units. The design proposed incorporates garden entries to the main floor suites, similar to a townhouse approach. The tiered massing emphasizes the 3-story street front and steps back the facade at the 4th floor and further at the 5th floor, sculpting the building to reduce its presence from the street. Tiering the building was intentional and designed to create a comfortable pedestrian experience and the perception of a 3-story street wall. The building is also set back from the street beyond the setback to align with existing houses and to support an enhanced frontage with opportunities for landscaping, adding to the character and beauty of the existing street. Despite the new zoning regulations which remove parking requirements for projects like this, the TWG development includes a 1.3 parking ratio and features underground parking stalls which help to reduce the heat island effect that would have been produced if all of the parking were to be on the surface. The City of Regina official community plan, the OCP, projects that Regina's population will grow to 300,000 over the next few years, with a future projection of 500,000 residents based on current immigration trends. Densification of our city is a key part of preparing Regina to accommodate this growth. Higher residential density is ideally located close to public amenities like playgrounds, parks, and public transit, similar to this site, because they provide excellent outdoor public space for gathering and play, enhancing the activation of the outdoor space while increasing the livability of the higher density housing. As highlighted by the OCP, the City of Regina wants to develop complete neighborhoods, defined as safe, inclusive neighborhoods that are easy to get around and that have a mix of housing choices, amenities, and services. These are vibrant, diverse, and economically sustainable communities that accommodate different demographics, accessibility levels, and family types, promoting inclusivity. As we achieve higher densities in all of our neighborhoods, we will be able to support higher quality and more efficient public services, including public transit and infrastructure upgrades, as higher tax revenues and economies of scale make these possible. Change to existing established neighborhoods is difficult, but it must begin somewhere. We can't afford to exclusively build density on the outskirts of the city. There must be a balanced approach to continue sustainably as a city. Density should begin organically in areas that can support it, such as this, supported by ample green space, a walkable distance to key amenities such as grocery stores, services, and schools, and be designed in such a way that they address the streetscape and neighborhood context. Cities are about choices, and the decisions that we make today will fundamentally shape the Regina of tomorrow. The TWG proposal not only aligns with the City of Regina's official community plan, but also represents a thoughtful approach to necessary urban densification. This socially sustainable development will contribute to Regina as a vibrant, inclusive, and resilient city, creating a precedent for the future with sensitive density that addresses the streetscape and neighborhood. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So what we'll do is I'll now ask Commission if they have any questions for Leanne, who will be representing 1080, correct?
That's
okay.
correct, yeah.
So I'll put it out there. Brent, go ahead, please.
Thank you for your presentation. On Appendix C, the shadow study, the 1080 is sort of their logo is on that. So I'm assuming that was a product that was produced by your company?
That's correct, yeah.
So I guess we've heard concerns this evening regarding the times of the year that study was done, as well as the times of day that was done. And I was just wondering if you could walk us through the specific methodology and the reason why those 3 times and those 2 times of the year were chosen, and why those best represent the effect of this building.
Right, so when we do a shadow study, we typically choose 9 a.m., noon, and 3 p.m. to show generally the, pinpoints during the day that would be indicative of the full day. We show the summer solstice, the winter solstice, as well as typically March and October. Sometimes we will not do October because it's somewhat in between and is less impactful. But on this one, I know we did show at least the three. I don't think we did October, but we definitely did the March, the June, and the December timeframes. And they were done, and I know we had two different submissions of that, because when we stepped the building back further, we had an iteration that was first submitted, and that showed a more full building. And as we stepped the building back, you could see that reduction in the shadow that happened. So that may be where some of the confusion came from. If anyone would like us to supply any date of the year, any time of the year, we can export that from the software.
Follow-up question, we've heard from residents this evening about evenings in particular. That's when a lot of residents in single-family neighborhoods are going to be at their homes. Is there a reason why you just have that 9 a.m., noon, and 3 p.m.? I'm just looking for some more information as why there isn't a 7 p.m. Example that we would be able to use to help make a decision here tonight.
Certainly. I think the 7 p.m. would really only be applicable for the summer solstice. It would be dark March and October and December. We haven't produced that, but I would be happy to produce that if anyone would like to see what that 7 p.m. looks like.
John, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you to the chair. Good evening. Question. Does 1080 do engagement? Have you done engagement with the community, or is this something that the developer is responsible for?
We do engagements. We did not do a specific one on this one other than the in-person. We had 2 evenings that we spent from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. and there were open time slots where we met individually with residents. I think the reason behind that was when it was first submitted for the rezoning and the discretionary use. Fairly quickly after that, there was the large public engagement that was held by the community, and the recommendation was to do something that was more in person and less in a large group because of the nature of the way that first engagement that the developer and ourselves were not at, the way that it went.
So to Mr. Chair, who recommended not to meet in a large community, to meet the 1 by 1 or have a 6? Was it through the developer? Was it you, to the city? Who would be, through Mr. Chair, saying that it's better to do A or B?
It was our collective decision, I think, with the developer working through, what is the appropriate way to do this. I think had we done the same thing again, we would have just replicated the first meeting, and I don't know how productive that would be. We thought it was more productive to listen to individual concerns. I know there were, 7 or 8 time slots provided each night, and they were not all full, so when that was publicized, there wasn't uptake on all of the time slots. There were vacant slots. So, and we would have opened up additional days had there been further demand. So I think the approach really was to have a dedicated half an hour with each group that would like to talk to us so that we could have a productive conversation rather than a town hall setting that, as we all know, isn't always the most productive way to gain feedback.
Okay. Through Mr. Chair, and I think I might have misunderstood comments about the fit of this particular proposal onto the school property. I believe I might have heard that it has a good fit, but yet you spoke with OCP. If you look at OCP, it spoke to the reuse guidelines when to ensure that the redevelopment of school sites reflect the massing and density of surrounding area. Have you, as 1080 and developer, looked at that, or what conclusion have you come up with?
I think we understood that it was a guideline and not a hard and fast rule in terms of how that would be approached, and that a development like this, with the nature of the need to densify in our cities and sensitively stepping it back, was an appropriate way to approach putting a development like this into the community.
Because then you three, Mr. Chair, you spoke of 4-story or under so many meters. You wouldn't have to be here. You're asking for rezoning. Have you, looking at OCP, listening to the community, not sure as an architect, if you do give advice to developer how things work. Have you looked at that in discussion with the developer about?
So the question is if we considered going to just a 4-story development?
Right. So because you're here, you're looking. There are two things we don't hear today. It's the development plus you're looking at discretion, which is discretion. So you're looking for rezoning.
Yeah.
And you didn't mention about that. It could have been easier just to go with the 4 and move on. Have you looked at that through the applicant or the developer?
Right, so it needs to be rezoned first because it's institutional. So the first step is to rezone from institutional to the low-rise residential. If we were to be successful with that, a 4-story would be permitted and we would not need to do any further discussion in a setting like this. We're asking for the discretionary use because we feel that the 5-story stepping back, and I'm not sure if you've had a chance to review the documentation and the prospective studies that show really that 5th story almost disappears. And so we're adding 11 units, so the density is really minimal in terms of the addition, but we felt that it provided a greater I guess, level of exterior space on the rooftops. The way the development is designed is that the 4th story and 5th story both have exterior space that terrace the building. That allows us to have planting and amenity space on the rooftops for the residents in the building to use. So it allows us to make better use of the building by stepping it back and gaining some of that density on the 5th story.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to answer your question about meeting twice with the residents, meeting twice with the developer, looking at what we're dealing with and trying to figure it out. And so this is what the question is for me. It would be such a large neighborhood. What's the word I'm looking for? Not outcry or disappointment or whatever the wording is. I'm a little bit concerned with, yes, there was consultation. I mean, 1080 does good work. My question would be then again is, why not push for, and you mentioned something about, it will not bring out the same value. But yet when I'm listening to the delegation, I listen to the community, that's exactly what the community was asking for. Not that just a little chunky here and there, but something you can walk through and see visually and point fingers out, look in each other's eyes and actually hearing things that are happening. Was that discussed with you and the developer?
It was discussed, and that's where we decided to go to the individual meetings of 30 minutes each, rather than trying to do that in a setting that could potentially become hostile.
I can. So my question would be in that case is that I've dealt with many situations. So the question to you is, the thought should be left. I'm asking the question. Should the thought be left to the consultation instead of assumptions of what it is at hand, what we're trying to achieve, to bring us to the good resolution, to bring us to this point? I'm just asking, how do I'm going to be asked to make a decision, right? So, and either way, you need to make a right decision. So my question to you then, as a 1080, how much weight do you put on a developer to say, look at this, this could cause you that? From your point of view, as a professional architect and all that, have you done that, or you normally do that?
Are you asking how much advice do we give the developer in terms of how the outcome of the project will be, and should we change it further? I mean, ultimately, it isn't our decision. We do have many, dialogues, and in terms of this project, we've gone through many, many iterations of how to shape it. It's changed its massing and changed its overall design and exterior expression numerous times. We did have many conversations around how to approach the engagement, both with the developer and with the city, and I think we've arrived at where we've arrived today. Would we do it differently next time? I think that had it not started off the way it started off, we would have approached it differently from the beginning, absolutely.
I was gauging that answer, so I'm just kind of thinking about a few things like that. So I appreciate your very honest and straightforward answers and all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right, thank you. Don't see any other questions for Leanne. Sorry, it would be very helpful if folks or just push the button so I could see. Yeah.
Every time I push it, somebody else pushes it off.
I know, sorry, there's a game here we play.
Just two quick questions. I was just curious about it's hard to tell from the design, like when you see the picture of it, and then also I'm not an architect, so I can't read all the numbers very well, but are the setbacks for the 4th floor and the 5th floor identical? And how much are they? Like roughly, it doesn't have to be exact, but.
So the 4th floor and the 5th floor are different.
Okay.
The 4th floor, and can I ask Philippa to answer this because she has the plans in front of her?
Okay.
No, it's the way it's set up. Okay. You're a separate delegation. Sorry.
Okay. Can I ask you to ask Philippa that question? Okay.
Maybe can
I have different numbers written down in front of me.
Okay. Can you answer this then? Are the setbacks exactly the same on all 4 sides?
They are, yeah.
Okay. My other question is about the number of, like, parking underground. Is that, how many spaces are there? Is it 1 for each unit?
So it's a 1.3 ratio. Okay. So the interior parking, we have 51 stalls, and surface parking, we have 66 stalls.
Okay. So 51 underground?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's my question, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, seeing no more questions for Leanne, I would ask Philippa. 5 minutes, please.
Okay, there we go. I was going to say, I don't know how this works. Perfect.
You do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Philippa, and like I mentioned, I'll be speaking as a recent immigrant into Saskatchewan and Regina, but I'm also the numbers person, so if anyone has questions for me in regards to numbers, I'm available. Before I continue, I'd like us to just take a look around the room really quickly, and then look back at me. Interestingly enough, both at the 2 sessions that we had with community engagement with the community and today, it was very apparent to me that I am the only person representing my demographic here. That's very telling when the people that are sitting in the gallery predominantly represent what the Boot Hill community is right now. So we're asking, or I've heard questions about why this kind of project. I am a 31-year-old African immigrant who moved here from Halifax, Nova Scotia in 2022. I am a young professional. I'm not involved in drugs. I have no interest in shoveling snow, which means I have 0 interest in owning a house with a driveway, unless I hit an income level where I can hire people to do all these things for me. I love to live in apartments. When I was in Halifax, I lived in beautiful apartments that were way more than 5 stories, that had amenities that did not require me to go to other places to spend money. People ask why 5 stories and not 4. It's because right now, TGW has designed a building that has beautiful amenities that when my husband and I were looking for apartments, could not find that were not in the Greens area. I have 0 desire to buy 2 cars. We have 1 car right now. We would absolutely love to use public transit. However, most of the areas where these kind of apartments are, with the kind of amenities that we would like, are in places like the Greens. Like I said, I have 0 desire to live there. I have 0 desire to move to a city where there's the potential to be 10, 15 minutes from anywhere, yet have to move to somewhere where I need to spend 20, 25 minutes on Arcola to get to places. The honest truth is that many people my age and in my demographic think the same way. We want to be near parks. We want to be near the lake. We don't want to have to drive places. We want to take active transportation. We want to take the public transit. Currently I live in Harbor Landing. I have made calls to the city a few times to try and get the bus 18 running more actively than it does. The consistent thing I'm told is they don't know if there's going to be enough people. Why? Because we design Regina in a way that it needs cars to move around. But people in my demographic, we don't want that. We don't like that. So I hear the residents say, oh, Regina is a car city. Decisions like the ones that are being tried to push today, keep it that way when people my age and below do not desire that. And there are many more like me moving to Regina. There are going to be many more. We had a recent person at work who just moved here from Toronto. Her parents had to ship a car to her. Why? Because she was looking at apartments in the Greens because it had amenities that she desired. And that was all that was there for her. So you look at communities like Douglas Park, people like me want to live there. We're not pedophiles. We're not into drugs. We're young professionals that would like to see places like that create opportunities for people like me to live. Projects like this, people keep asking about the pro forma. Projects like this give opportunities for apartments to be more than just bare bones. And that's most of what Regina has right now. It's 3 to 4 stories. There's not much amenities to them. The buildings do not look nice. The materials that are used are not nice. This is a project that's trying to be forward for Regina. I keep on hearing things like people want to make Regina better than it is. Well, decisions like this are going to help. When I first moved here, everyone kept on asking me once they found out I moved from Halifax, why would you make that decision? We have the opportunity to shift that narrative, where now people are moving here, and when people ask why, you say, why not? We have the opportunity to make Regina a city that people like my age, and we can all agree that we're the future, would be proud to live in. A 5-story building that is severely stepped back. It sounds scary on paper, but when you actually look at the drawings that we've taken time to put in, you begin to see that what you perceive when you hear 5 stories is very different when you look at the actual thought that was put into those buildings. So in closing, I understand the fear of the unknown, but I also understand the disappointment that very many people like me experience when they move to Regina thinking that it's a city of promise and realize that the options available for them to create spaces that they can call home are not there because people don't understand the economics that are involved in order to create these kind of spaces so that there are multiple housing options for people from different walks of life, including myself. If Regina says that they're open to welcoming people like me, then they need to actually have facilities that reflect that statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegation? Go ahead, Christopher.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to welcome you, first of all. It's nice to have somebody from Halifax. I always felt an affinity with our Atlantic Canadian friends. So you mentioned you're a numbers person, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I just wondered if you'd be in a position to just ballpark the anticipated rental rates. I heard market rates from one of the delegations. Actually, I think it was the Renewable Association, but just based on, say, CMHC averages, like just a quick look online, it's about $1,100 for 1 bedroom, $1,300 for a 2-bedroom. Like, are these in that range? Like, are you at liberty to say? Is it possible just to give us a sense of what the price point on these is?
I'm so sorry to disappoint you. I'm not that kind of numbers person. Okay. When I said I'm the numbers person, I meant in regards to the building.
Maybe in a future delegation.
No, yeah, but if I could give you a frame of reference, so where I live right now, I live in Harbour Landing, and it's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. My husband and I pay $1,550.
Okay. It does help.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I'll let
Okay. Maynard, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation as well. I've lived in Saskatchewan all my life, in Regina for many years, and when I tell my partner that I have no desire to shovel snow, it doesn't fly. So my question that I had asked Leanne earlier, well, how much is this setback on each floor?
Okay, so we have a 3-story podium, and I'll just walk through the setbacks if that helps. So we have a 3-story podium. On the side yard setback, we are required 1.2 meters from the, if this was a residential low-rise. However, on the west side, we have provided 3 meters, so that's the side where the laneway is.
So is that, sorry, you may not understand my question. What I'm talking about is from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. How far does the 4th floor go back? How far does the 5th floor go
Okay,
back?
see, I was going to walk through every single floor.
Oh, okay. So,
If
well,
that's
go ahead,
helpful.
sorry.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
So on the west side, which is where the laneway is, originally we were doing what the zoning requires, which is 1.2 meters. We've now, since the feedback from the sessions that we have, that has been bumped up to 3 meters. On the east side, that had always been wider. However, initially, like one of the delegates mentioned, originally that was designed as a one-way. We bumped it up to 2-way, which was 7.5, and then added another, which means right now we are sitting at, 1 second, 9.9 on the east side. So that's your the 3-story tower. Then we get to the fourth floor, which is now what you're asking about.
Yeah.
And so on level 4, and these are all going to be in reference to the property line, if you forgive me, because that's what I have.
Okay.
So level 4, on the west side, which is where the laneway is, it is 6.1 meters, or roughly 20 feet from your property line. On the 5th story, it is 13.6 meters from the property line, which converts to 44.5 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the side that has the closer step backs.
Got it. Okay. That helps. Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Brent, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So first off, Philippa, I just want to thank you for your presentation this evening. I think one of the things that I'm trying to balance in my mind is existing community members plus the 90-plus folks who are going to live in whatever development occurs on this piece of property. But that's not my question. My question is still back to that shadow effect, just because we have heard concerned residents on that. And my understanding from Mrs. Croft's earlier answering of questions is that we really are only looking at the 5th floor of this project, insofar as we are asking for a discretionary use of that 5th floor. So that 5th floor, its shadow effect is really the only differential land use that is requiring this project to come before this commission. But because of the reduced size of the 5th floor, it is not going to actually have a shadow effect. It is the first floor, 4 floors below that are creating the shadow for the rest of the community. And I just want to articulate that and to ensure that I am thinking correctly on how the shadow is being developed, and that 5th floor, it's almost a moot point to this overall process, because you could just do a single family or the type of zoning that doesn't require discretionary use and just build a 4-story building in this property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My apologies on the long-winded understanding question.
Oh, no worries. And if I could just address that. So like I mentioned, I just shared what the 5th floor step back is, right? Which is 44 feet from the property line. So if you look at the very first design that went out, and I strongly suspect that might be what a lot of people are reacting to, not realizing that after we did have the community engagement, we went back, we re-looked at the project, we looked at how can we shift things, move the stair cores, so that we can push back as much as possible and deal with some of those issues that they had, right? We then looked at the 4-story versus the 5th story. And for the people that were there at the community engagement that we had a number of things where we were just comparing from a diagrammatic perspective. What's the shadow impact from a 4-story versus the shadow impact from a 5-story? What is your perspective as a pedestrian when you're looking at the project with a 4-story versus the 5-story with the new design that we were doing with the increased step backs? And we did find that the 5th story, because of what we had done, is pretty much negligible. And so we looked at it and said, okay, if we have 5 more, 1 additional story that's pretty much negligible in exchange for better amenities, better building like materials, does it seem like a better fit? We thought so. And I think that also maybe answers a question that I believe Councillor John you had about like when we give advice. Those are the kind of things that we're looking at. We're saying, okay, if from a pedestrian perspective, this does not have so much of an impact, removing what it sounds like mentally, right? Like obviously if you're thinking about it from a mental perspective, 5 versus 4, that sounds like it would definitely have an impact. But when you start looking at the architectural moves that were made versus the benefit that it would end up having for residents potentially like me, it looked like it was something that would be worth us spending the time going into a discretionary use.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions from commission, I'll ask that you return to the gallery, please. The next delegation is Matt Bourgeot, and I understand that they will be joining remotely. So Matt, if you can hear us, whenever you're ready. Hear something. Matt, if you can hear us, please go ahead.
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
You bet, crystal clear.
Okay, may I start?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm going to go fast. Good evening, Regina Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Matthew Bourgeot, and I am a resident of the Boot Hill neighborhood and opposed to this proposed development. Our children are fourth-generation residents of the neighborhood, with all 4 generations living in Boot Hill currently. It is a quiet and complete community where many families like ours have decided to raise many generations. You have heard from many residents already with several decades of experience living here who have shared the real sense of what this area is to everyone. This neighborhood is calm, the neighbors are friendly, and the pride in ownership and care of the properties is obvious. As a result of being a family-focused community, we boast community connections and involvement as you are experiencing here. The crime rate in the neighborhood is very low, and we feel safe to let our children play outside. It is an affordable community with many rental houses, suites, and apartments where a family can purchase a home and a yard of their own for between $200,000 and $400,000 easily. The population of 2,915 people, according to the city's latest statistics, and out of that, there are 83% identified as non-movers. The population by age is very diverse as well. I am a lifelong resident of Regina, a real estate investor, landlord in the city for the last 14 years, and most importantly, I am a father. I have owned and offered rental housing in many areas of the city and feel that my perspective may somewhat be unique based on those experiences. I think it is important for you to note that there are about 2,900 residents in the neighborhood because when this proposed development came to light in November 2023, there were over 720 people who signed a petition asking the city not to allow this institutional property to be rezoned for residential high-rise living, and this was submitted to the Regina Planning Department and Development Services. That represents about 25% of the population of the neighborhood. Additionally, it was shared with the community by Ben Mario, Manager City Planning Branch, in a public online-only meeting about this development on March 22nd, 2024, that 250 residents had written comments of straight disapproval of this proposal, and 40 residents had commented disapproval without significant changes. Those who took the time to write these messages represent about 10% of the neighborhood population. I ask you in your experience on the Planning Commission, if you recall such an impassioned and engaged community sharing their real concerns in such numbers. The specifics of why this proposal is so outlandish and extreme are obvious to anyone who is not looking to merely increase tax revenue and is concerned about their neighborhood's viability over the long term. The current neighborhood population density is about 10 dwelling units per hectare. This proposal seeks to add 150 dwelling units per hectare. This is a 15 times increase over the current neighborhood. I ask if any one of you would feel comfortable having a house or apartment beside you housing 2 people to suddenly house 30. The city's OCP states that infill development should target intensity of 2.5 times a neighborhood's current density, which is a reasonable and gentle intensification. The scale of this 5-story building is something not seen in any neighborhood of Regina that is not an urban corridor or city center environment. There is no major road next to this proposal, and 110 parking spaces are expected to primarily exit into a single-lane alley beside a school. In your experience, when is this type of reckless planning done adjacent to an elementary school? There are, in this case, 2 elementary schools that the increased traffic danger impacts at this site. The scale and density you are considering here may be appropriate for a downtown center, but is wholly inappropriate for an established residential neighborhood like this. The developer in this case did not engage the community in any way before attempting to ram this intense scale down their throats. After a public pushback, the developer sought to divide and conquer the community rather than have an open public meeting, and instead had a series of separate private meetings that the city planning department actively promoted to the residents on behalf of the builder. This was wholly inappropriate. I attended one of these small 3-person meetings in a private room and asked Josh Bresciani, who claims to be the head of this proposal, if he would share the traffic impact analysis with the community on March 7, 2024, and he declined. I asked Ben Mario for a copy of this analysis on April 23, 2024, and he also declined. This is important because the primary identified concern of our community is significantly increased traffic flow and the dangers it brings due to the intense densification, as stated by Ben Mario himself in the March 22nd, 2024 community online only meeting. I am very worried about the safety and well-being of my children and of all the children at the 2 adjacent schools in this proposal, and feel that their well-being and lives are deserving of more than a reckless lack of consideration and understanding of how this area functions. My son and I bike the single-lane alley beside this proposal into Douglas Park very frequently, and I cannot imagine how dangerous it is about to become with over 100 cars looking to exit there on any given day. The developer in this case got a sweet deal acquiring land through his dad, Rob Bresciani, who is the Regina Catholic School Board Chair, who sold property to their family friend Rob Riling with the Regina Christian School, who then turned around and sold it back to Josh Bresciani and his companies, which all have a registered address to Regina City Councilor Lori Bresciani's personal house. Together, this small independent school and family with ties to land deals in City Council have made a really ambitious bet that the city will rezone an institutional property and allow for their high-density plans to go through. What kind of prudent stewards of schools' capital would take such a gamble? I don't think that they thought it was one. So I ask you, Democratic leaders of our City Council who represent the people to make our city, and civilian members of the Regina Planning Commission, to hear the voices of all of those who have made this neighborhood desirable. If you ring this bell, it will forever change the feel of this and many other neighborhoods with the precedent that you may set, allowing this type of intensity into any neighborhood, regardless of proper infrastructure or access. Please do not recommend the pursuit of profit for a select few at the expense of all visitors to this park area of the city and of those who have made this an area that is desirable to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from Commission? Seeing none? All right. Thank you very much, Matthew. There's no questions from Commission. I certainly encourage you to, I guess, continue viewing, but you can leave the Teams call.
Thank you.
All right. Our next delegation is Rod Rilling of Regina Christian Schools Association. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, maybe before I start, I'd just like to correct a couple of things that were said. First one was, I guess that our association did not come to any meetings, but that's not true. I was there at the virtual meeting and I answered some questions at that meeting. Secondly, that there was a suggestion that our association was not prepared to meet with anyone from Douglas Park. That's not true. I did get a couple of phone calls, but the questions were surrounding sort of the financial agreement or the sale agreement, and I wasn't prepared to answer those. But I certainly would be prepared to meet with several, maybe some of our board would too, I don't know, several members of that association, if they so desired. So I just throw that out there. Anyway, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Rod Rilling. I am the principal of Regina Christian School. I am here on behalf of the Regina Christian School Association to speak in favor of the proposed 535 Douglas Avenue project by Josh Bresciani, director and founder of TWG. The current Regina Christian Schools campus at 2505 23rd Avenue has reached its student capacity. We're expecting a large enrollment next year from preschool to grade 12. And several years ago, our association anticipated our current building would soon be at its capacity. As such, the association began to consider options for an expansion. When the property at 535 Douglas Avenue became available, we felt that it could be a cost-effective, viable solution to our need for increased space. When we have to pay for all of our property and buildings ourselves. So building is very expensive, as I'm sure you all know. So anyway, when that property became available, we took a look at it. We thought this could be a solution to our problem. We commissioned an engineering report on the building, which indicated that there was further life expectancy in that building of 40 to 50 years. So with this in mind, we made an offer on the property. We were delighted when it was accepted. We were somewhat surprised, but certainly delighted. Our intention is to operate a preschool to grade 3 campus at this location, and plus a daycare as well, which is currently what's going on there. I think it's a K-6 school right now. With younger students attending at this location, the Regina Christian School Association felt that a portion of the land could be considered as surplus, and therefore selling it would certainly reduce the significant capital expenditure needed to purchase and maintain the property. Is it possible for us to do it? Yes, but again, we looked and said, I probably don't need to have all that land. So it is our intention to maintain the building as a school and the remaining land as playground area. When the land was listed with Allison Young Brokerage here in Regina, we were entertaining interested parties and potential buyers. The real estate agents kind of shopped it around, et cetera, et cetera. Josh Bresciani and his development company we were told, and I believe are known as community-minded local developers who build quality, sustainable buildings and who go above and beyond to consider the concerns of the communities in which his projects are located. Upon our investigation and asking some questions about Josh and his company, we did find people who say, yes, he seems like a good company and builds good product and so on and so forth. So we, I got a lot of that from our real estate agent. So we went into negotiations with TWG as a developer. We were really quite thrilled with the drawings that of the proposed development and many of the sustainable features that were going to be incorporated into the building. Our current campus on 23rd Avenue is surrounded by buildings which are similar to what Josh is proposing for the Douglas Avenue location. I got to say, we've had absolutely no problem with, or absolutely no problems or safety concerns with this higher density in our area. We've got 2 buildings that are of the same, I don't know if they're 5 stories, but I think they would be roughly the same height when you do the roof, which is a gable roof. And so we have had no problems with that. Sorry, am I running over?
I'll give you a grace period like I have everybody else.
Okay, I'll finish up quickly. Anyway, haven't had any problems with that. There's a number of families within our school, current school, who have purchased in that area because they're close. We do have lots of new Canadians who attend Regina Christian School. They often don't come with money. They don't want to purchase a house or can't. So again, I think this could be an option for them to be able to move into that building. And it seemed to make sense. We weren't concerned with the height of the building. Honestly, we didn't even think about that. 4 or 5 stories seem to be the same. The project being proposed is really, I do think, vital to our city's needs for providing high-quality, sustainable, and affordable housing for a growing population. And we know that many new Canadians are coming in looking for a place to live. And they are restricted to certain areas because of, financial constraints or whatever. We see this project as a significant benefit to the school and to the area. We encourage Regina Planning Commission to support this application for all of the reasons mentioned in this presentation. I do believe it would be a wonderful addition to that area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you very much, Rod. You may return to the go ahead.
Thank you, Rod. I appreciate you coming. It's very important to hear from you as well. Just a couple of questions. They're really very pragmatic.
Sure.
And hopefully hopefully you can answer them. One is just the actual land upon which the proposed development is on, it's owned by Regina Christian School?
It is.
Okay. And would it be fair to say then ultimately that you have a partnership agreement with the developers?
No.
No, okay. So would you would Regina Christian School benefit from revenue generation opportunities? No. Okay. So would you be a leasee of the land to develop? No. So if you own the land but you don't benefit from it at all, why would you? Well, what's in it for you?
Well, listen, I really, it's kind of difficult to talk about the financial details, but of course, you know, the land needs to be rezoned to be used properly. Okay, there's always conditions to agreements for sale, right? Okay, if you sell a house, somebody says, yeah, but the condition is I have to sell my house first. Or the other condition might be financing. So obviously rezoning is a concern for Josh. So you can maybe extrapolate from that we do need to, you know, we're in favor of the rezoning of this property. We did expect that if we sold it, it would be a higher density because the buildings beside us are higher density, the same kind of thing. And I think that property is a valuable property. And so I would expect anybody who would want to purchase that is going to want to put something of a higher density on it. And it's a great location for people who maybe do want to rent. Now, again, I don't want to in any way speak negatively of the residents in that area or that kind of thing. I personally don't see a lot of difference between 3, 4, 5 stories, but maybe that's just me, especially with that cutback, so that top story has got community gardens in it for the residents and so on and so forth. We looked at it and thought, oh, this is great. Never really thought that it would be an issue for the area, but maybe that's just naivete on my part or our part.
Well, thank you. That's a fair answer.
Sure.
Some residents seem to be concerned about the loss of institutional designation. Is that something that Regina Christian School would be concerned about long-term in terms of the ability to maybe build another school there? Or because you have this existing facility that has maybe 40 to 50 years of life, that kind of took that off the table a little bit?
Well, I don't necessarily think so. I mean, 40 to 50 years, I think obviously that building can last a lot longer if it's maintained properly and kept up. But I think ordinary maintenance is sort of what our engineer said. This building should go another 40 or 50 years. You want to put money into it, that's a different story. The building that we're in right now, you know, part of it was built 100 years ago.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not cheap to maintain a building of that age. But again, it's very expensive to build new school structures. And as an independent school, we are responsible for all of those costs. So we can't go to the provincial government and say, we need a new school. Could you please build us one? It's on us.
And again, this is really pragmatic, and I forgive my ignorance, and might be a better question for administration. But in theory then, like the whole chunk, like you would actually subdivide off the piece that's being proposed for development.
That has been subdivided already, yeah.
So the other piece would stay institutional?
Yes, and we don't have any intention of selling anything, or, I mean, who knows what happens in the future, but there's no intention on our part to do anything but use that as a school and to maintain the balance of the playground area for the students there. And like I said, in our area right now, when it comes to problems with, we have 10 acres, you know, it's a big area. There are people, not the people from those buildings, but there are people who wander into that area who do leave needles around, who do leave drug paraphernalia around. But it's not the people living in those high-rise buildings or medium high-rise buildings in that area who are doing that. It's people who wander into the area and so on, and it's a big area. And so perhaps having a building like that there might even curtail some of that because of people being in there watching, looking over, that kind of thing. I don't know.
And again, I am actually quite interested in your experience as principal, because I live more in the neighborhood where your main campus is.
Sure.
And that's like Albert Street and 23rd.
Yeah.
So your experience there has been that traffic and safety considerations has been manageable. It's a school zone. It's a major artery.
Albert Street's not even a school zone.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Zip
I
through it,
remember
yeah.
that, yeah. So you've been able to kind of manage it from a school
Has not been an issue for us. Some of the kids do walk home from the area. Many of them are picked up. We do have some school buses. I think, to be honest, at 3:30, when parents come and buses are going, we're probably more of a problem than
Right, I see.
the others. But it's a short 20-minute, 25-minute cycle at the end of the day. No, our goal is to have more school buses, so that's not an issue, but not right now. We don't have that.
Would you by chance happen to know how many children are in the Francophone school?
200.
200,
Yeah, roughly, give or take.
Yeah.
And, you know, that school used to have some portables on it at one point. They've been moved off a long time ago. I guess, you know, when you ask about what we would do in the future, I build or something, you know, there's always a possibility of that. That's not in the next 5-year plan, I don't think, but who knows? Yeah.
But ultimately, your vision, at least as you could speak for the board, would be to retain it as
Absolutely, yeah.
school property.
It's just so very expensive to build. We did do some investigations on that, and so when you buy this you know, had that property been sold to another developer or to a developer who bought the whole chunk, I suspect, don't know for sure, the school couldn't be used for anything but a school, wouldn't work for condos. So I suspect what would happen is the school would have gone and there would have been applications to develop the rest of it for residential. And again, I don't think, because it is an expensive piece of property because of its location, I think developers would be looking at doing something higher density in that area. So it would have to be, I don't know who would accept it or take it on to say, well, we're going to maintain it just as green space. I don't know if that's a fit. I don't know if that even makes sense for the city to do that. There's a park right beside it.
Right. Thank you.
Yep.
So, folks, we're at the end of the beginning here, just past 9. I'm going to need a motion for continuance past our required stop time. Moved. Any opposed to continuing into the wee hours of the morning? At the very least, we want to get through all the delegations and dig into this report. So, any opposed to continuing? No. See none. Jordan. Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Chair,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair,
John.
I had a question for the delegate. He's leaving.
Oh. Rod, you're not done. Oh, boy. No, we just voted you to stay here for good. Yeah, we got another question for you.
Oh, somebody's got a question?
Yeah, John Findura
Sorry.
has a question.
I thought you let me go.
Oh, no, not yet.
No, you just met John.
No, not yet. Through the chair, Mr. Rilling. You've been here for 5 hours, and you've been hearing consultation, and now you've cleared some things, you cleared some air about things. When was the first time that you heard any kind of displeasure from the neighborhood about what's going on?
Okay. Would have probably been in the fall, I think, but I'm really not, I don't know if I can really say that for sure. So 6-7 months ago.
Okay. So then, I know that it's probably not necessarily totally on the city to do consultation. City does some things, but I think the developer manages that project. But on the school and on your board, my question is, and you cleared it because you did go to, or you were part of a Zoom call. So were you asked by the community to an in-person meeting?
I don't believe I was. I believe, I had a couple of calls, and again, I'm trying to remember back. I may have been asked, but I don't know for sure. The questions I recall getting asked were around the financial sort of how did this sale come about, and I think there was some questions around tendering and so on and so forth. And I wasn't prepared to answer a lot of those kinds of questions. They were, I guess, questions that were private because we were in the midst of that deal and it was between us and Josh. I don't think anybody ever said, could we bring 3 or 4 people over, 5 people, and come and talk to you? I don't recall that. I don't believe that I would have discouraged that as long as I knew that it was about, not about the financial aspects and how did that come about and so on and so forth. I don't think that was, the property was put on the market through a realtor. It was out there. When we purchased the property from the Regina Catholic School Division, we purchased it as through a realtor. Again, it was put out there. There were a number of people that were interested in it. We were the successful bidders. That's how that was handled. I don't know if that was done appropriately. I know it went through the Ministry of Education, so they approved the sale. They had to. So after that, it was just, okay, what are we going to do? Are we going to keep it all? Is there some we could sell? Would that make life easier for us financially? And we came to that point and said, yeah, we could probably sell about 1/3 of this and be okay with what's left. Those are the decisions. But I would be happy to meet with the community. I honestly, because of all the buildings around us, didn't really suspect that there would be much of a concern about what was going on that property. But I guess, like I said, I think I'm naive. It is an area where people have lived in for years. I'm hearing that and so on, and so it's a special area. I get that too. It's very close to the park. So there's a lot of great things to it, and I do understand where people are coming from. School sites have been sold before and developments have been put on it. I don't think there's been one of this size, but our site belonged to, at one time, the Catholic Church or a group there. So there was 20 acres. We were allowed to purchase 10, again, through an offer to purchase with the government 20-some years ago. The other 10 acres were then sold to developers. And we've got Evans Court, which is developed there, and now Northridge has developed one building. They're doing another one right next to us. So it will be right tight against our property line pretty well.
Okay.
And again, I'm happy to meet with a delegation from the community. I don't know what I can, necessarily offer to that, but I certainly don't want them to be upset with us, and I guess they probably are for selling it to a developer, but that, like I said, school sites have been sold before. It's not the first one, and they've been developed. Probably not with a building of this height.
Okay, Mr. Chair, just to want to clarify, Commissioner Adams asked about ownership, and I think I heard that you still own this property.
Well, the property is sold, but it has conditions to the sale. So just the same as a house.
Right, I got you.
Right?
Yeah, I got it, yeah. So if you don't get this.
So it could fall apart,
right,
for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I had one more. Just to clear the area, you're talking about your site right now, which you want corner of Albert Street and 23rd.
Yes.
23rd is Major Street, Albert Street, Major Street. So I just want to make sure that you're not thinking your area at your 23rd and Albert Street, you're not comparing it the same as well, 535.
No, certainly it's not the same. I understand that, but this school, again, would have 200 students in it. The school that we're in will have probably 750, 800 students next year. Much bigger site, much bigger school, so on and so forth. So I'm not sure what you're getting at.
No, I'm just getting at because you were talking about you wouldn't you didn't kind of, what were you saying, you weren't sure, or you didn't realize that one side is different than the other? Like you were looking at your...
Yeah, I honestly didn't. I mean, we're on 10 acres, but these buildings are right around us. And, and there's Evans Court, which is the condominium project that's, I think, 4 stories or 3.5 stories plus the underground parking, I'm not sure, with a gable roof on it. That's very close. There's housing behind it. There's also been some row housing built right behind that condominium project, and there's also been some single-family homes built right in that area as well. Again, I have not noticed any issues around traffic with us, but they are 2 different streets for sure. 23rd is a thoroughfare. Albert Street doesn't even have, there's not even a school zone there. People just, that doesn't slow down on the Albert Street side, and we've got kids playing out there as well. Now we have a fence there for sure, but anyway, yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. Thank you, Mitch.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, we're good?
You are now released.
I can go.
Yeah.
This way?
Whatever way takes you over there, you bet. Final delegation is Josh Bresciani.
Good evening, members of Planning Commission. My name is Joshua Bresciani, a local Regina developer with vision, direction, and passion for building a better Regina, and a mission to build a city that thinks about future generations. As a young developer, I've always put sustainability, architecture, and the community first. The infill project we are discussing here today is highly anticipated, is a sustainable build, is architecturally beautiful, it fully aligns with the city's strategic goals, and overall is a very much needed positive addition to our city. I want to acknowledge the concerns that have been raised by the community. We have heard your concerns, we have taken them into consideration, and we've conducted comprehensive studies with some of the best engineers, architects, planners, and a handful of other experts to ensure that these issues are thoroughly addressed and considered. I'm so happy to report that alterations have been made. These concerns have been addressed and deemed to be non-issues. I understand that change can be daunting and frightening for some. However, history has shown us that while people often fear change, they end up appreciating the positive outcomes that change brings. This infill project site, currently considered a surplus of land, does not collect tax dollars and is the southern end of the former St. Andrew's School that closed in the past due to the lack of population and families in the area. As you've heard today from the Regina Christian School, the sale of this land is an imperative investment ensuring that this educational facility can serve the community for years to come. The project is not at all about maximizing density, but rather balancing density, community integration, and viability. The city has set very clear direction to provide sustainable and diverse housing and build complete neighborhoods by utilizing infill land. This involves developing underutilized land and offering various housing types. This project not only aligns with the city's goals, but is a thoughtful design solution to a neighborhood that is severely underutilized. Operating at roughly only 60% of its capacity, the area houses only 3,100 residents, despite having services that were originally designed for over 5,000 residents. This development addresses the most pressing issue in the area that is hindering growth, which is the missing middle. The Douglas Park community lacks option for those wishing to downsize and stay within their neighborhood, as well as for young families eager to join this vibrant community. Several people in this community have already joined the wait list for an apartment in this development, as well as others have contacted us in support of this project. This is an opportunity for young professionals, young families, as well as elderly that cannot maintain their home anymore and need to downsize, but do not want to leave the community that they have called their home. Myself and City admin have engaged extensively with residents through 6 separate public engagements in 4 different formats. Not to mention that the city's comment submission form for this project was open not just for the typical 30 days, but for 7 months. We have heard the residents and we have addressed their concerns, and to say that they have not been heard or connected with is disheartening. Still, despite the ample engagement amount of in-person, video conferencing, online submissions, and community-held meetings, some in this community still prefer no development or progression at all, a stance that would be a drastic step backward for our city. We have addressed concerns and made adjustments. We went from 140 units down to 90 units. We are building an underground parkade to manage parking and keep cars off the street. We've designed main floor units to operate as single-family homes to match the function of the nearby properties. We have doubled the municipal setbacks. We have significantly tiered back the building to minimize visual impact, but also offer unique amenities such as rooftop gardening, as well as to eliminate shadows. Reducing height by a few meters, as some residents have suggested, might seem sensible at face value, but it undermines full financial viability of the project and would eliminate all the unique features, sustainability efforts, and compromise the quality, functionality, and integration of this project. We've seen this time and time again that lower height does not translate into a better product for the area. In closing, this process started back in 2022, in the end of 2022, working through plans, hearing concerns, and making alterations. But the delays are now significantly impacting the project. There has been extensive public engagement, more than most projects have ever seen. And in some, in this community, it is still not enough. And I believe it will never be enough. There is a fear of change, and I sympathize with that. But their requests for single-family or townhouse-style homes are not viable and do not contribute to sustainability or density goals that the city has put in place. We need to embrace this opportunity for our city so everyone now and in the future has a place to call home. The development industry is watching closely, and if supported here today, displays a very clear direction from the city and shows true support for growth, staying true to the goals they have set. Let us not take a step back due to fear. Instead, let us support growth and the opportunities it brings. This project is not just about constructing a building, it is about setting the precedent and building a future for our city that is sustainably focused, inclusive, and forward-thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from commission? Go ahead, Maynard.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. You talked about this, but I just want absolute clarity on it. Yeah. The fifth floor, which is largely why we're here, is it what makes the project viable? You referenced that, but I just want to be really clear about it. Is that what makes it viable, or is there equal weight placed on the amenities that fifth floor adds? Does one outweigh the other, or are they?
There's a lot when considering a project, right? Like, so that fifth floor is basically that tipping point with the type of building that I think is proposed that is a best case for the community in the sense of sustainability, underground parking, having a little bit larger units, bigger setbacks, so we're not maximizing our lot coverage, all this sort of stuff. So when we keep losing all these things and spending more money, that extra 10 or 11 units on the top floor is basically kind of what ends up making it viable. Now, there's been conversations around, dropping it a floor, and I think what's important to consider here is when we looked at this as a project, we said, we want to be sensitive, to what could be built. If we went down to 4 stories and really just looked at kind of maximizing the site, we could actually get 140 units in 4 floors. I'm building 5 stories tiered back and only getting 90 units. So we really looked at it from the beginning and said, let's not over-densify, let's offer awesome amenities. Douglas Park's a beautiful community. Let's not flood the streets with cars. Let's spend millions of dollars on underground parking, and let's take a proactive approach, to this and say, okay, 140 units could be done, but maybe if we step this back and change some things, I think it's a better product. It's actually worse for us, like for myself, like financially, to do less units and build a more expensive building. But I think it's a far better product for the city. So yeah, the top floor is basically kind of, where a lot of that comes from.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. This other question might be as much for officials. I'll probably ask them as well. But do you have any thoughts on lots of concerns were raised around the access to the park through the alley? Do you have any, maybe you don't have any comments on that, but if you do, I'd appreciate hearing it.
And so sorry, to clarify, access to the
park? Alley on the west side.
Alley on the west side,
yeah. So this was a concern that residents have brought up through the public engagement process with us. And what we ended up doing is we actually doubled the the in and out on the east side of the property to allow for most of the traffic to come out over there and not utilize the alleyway. I had conversations with residents here, Mr. Wild being one of them, and saying his concern about using the alleyway. And we said, okay, how can we take this back from what he said and lessen the the traffic on that drive lane? So we've actually made a one-way out. If people do want to take that way, they can't go north. They have to come back onto 20th. And where most of the traffic that actually comes out, because we moved the parkade entrance, which was originally on the alleyway side, we said, okay, let's flip it to the other side because they obviously don't want the traffic on that side. So let's make a double lane on the east side of the property.
Okay.
Right, so technically the parkade entrance is...
Hang on, Christopher. Maynard, were you done?
I was clarifying. Sorry, my bad.
We'll get to it. I get it. Maynard, keep going. Yeah.
I'm done, thank you.
Okay. All right, Christopher.
Oh, it was just an addendum. I don't think I fully appreciated that you moved the parkade access to the east side from the west, from the original design. And the parking / entrance for the daycare would be still on the west side.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So just trying to manage even how traffic functions on that site. Yeah.
There was some delegations, not many, but some that expressed a bit of skepticism about your commitment to the daycare. And could you just speak to that a little bit? Because to be honest, I thought it was a very important part of the proposal, particularly as it relates to young families and particularly how it might serve the community. But I was just curious, how far you've explored that. Like, as an example, I used to sit on a child care board, and a part of it was actually trying to seek, almost subsidized seats from the province. Is that something, you could do, or you could, commit to doing, or you know what I'm getting at?
For sure.
Can you just speak to that a
Yeah,
little bit?
so, like I kind of started my speech, I have always developed with, the true intent of building a city I'd like to live in and really considering the needs of the city and a neighborhood. And that was the original, the community didn't come to us say, hey, would you consider a daycare? We proactively said, a daycare would be awesome in this. It's way worse for financing. Through the government programs actually won't finance the daycare portion. So that's more money, we have to spend to do this sort of stuff, but we think it's a better product. Now, some of the people that brought up the concerns that they're right, I'm not held to do the daycare. It is in my full idea of this project to be a really, an anchor in this community that the daycare adds, I think, so much value to the community. At the end of the day, if no one is willing to take over that space and operate a daycare, that's the only thing I'm bound by. Right. But the true intent of it is, and I think the massive demand, I actually met with 4 or 5 daycares in the last week. They're all battling the same problem. Rent, they can't find people to operate daycares, and there's a 4,000 kid wait list. So trying to figure out ways that I can, work with groups and do that is, at the end of the day, the goal is to have the daycare there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, to Chair Josh. Throughout the whole evening, we heard about consultation. And I've met with you twice. Let's have a good, frank conversation. One question to you would be, wouldn't it have been beneficial to do I don't know what I'm saying proper, but wouldn't it be beneficial to, it's a hindsight, have a whole bunch of easels around the room talking about A, B, and C, give the folks actually an audience. And I heard about maybe the hostile environment. And I said, to 1080, I think I mentioned, we need to talk about and think about what the task at hand is, not what's around us. And so we need to be really in tune with that. So, I know there was a decision made about not to do that.
Yeah.
Was the decision came from you, 1080, city, where did that all come from?
So I guess maybe I'll walk through kind of the process of it, but I think you kind of hit the nail on the head by saying, the point is to have a conversation and you know, having an environment that is maybe not inviting and not one to have a conversation is not the best place to have a conversation, right? So we basically were going through this process. This was coming up. The plan was to have the boards and do a standard public engagement, and then once the community meeting happened that you know, myself, I tried to go to, was not allowed to go to. I would have loved to talk to the community and have discussions there. You know, was not allowed to attend. I was told to stay away, actually, specifically. You know, seeing how that all played out with inviting the media and you know, having, you know, just basically how it kind of played out, the next step was to go, okay, maybe there's even too many people to you know, to get the proper information out there. There was, you know, about a lot of misinformation about the project that was kind of spread throughout the community. So after consulting with some people from City Admin and trying to really figure out what's the best way to get the information, the real information of the project to the community, right? And then from there, basically, after the virtual engagement, we said, okay, we've heard people did not, you know, maybe agree with the virtual engagement. So I said, well, you know, what more of an intimate conversation and having a real connection with people to have, sit around a table and have coffee and have a conversation. So that was the next one we did. You know, people here have spoke about how this has been the best form of communication. They've had 5 minutes. In our meetings, they had 30 minutes for us to discuss and converse and talk about it. People have said here today that we've listened to them. We've made changes during those processes. So though a typical standard, something that's done forever, public engagement with some boards wasn't done, it doesn't mean the other public engagements weren't effective and were not heard.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may. So going to the report, and I'm seeing 200 opposition, 40 up for if it was different.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at 240 that kind of saying, well, in a neighborhood, we don't like it.
Yeah.
50 say we like it. And you did talk about community first in your presentation.
Yeah.
And again, to make it tough, well, any decision is tough. But when you hear community speaking that loud, and you talking about listening and all, and I mean, I understand that there's this consultation that I asked before. What's a consultation to you? What is the definition of consultation for you? If you're consulting with, like I asked an AD about, could you have done this? Could you have done that? Why not this? I mean, that's something that could have been done at an open house, I might say. Mm-hmm. You know, you have a conversation. So in your opinion, as a developer, what's a consultation mean to you? How do you consult?
Consultation to me is to get feedback from the community based on, you know, something you're proposing. Connecting with them, hearing their concerns, you know, trying to weed through, you know, concerns based on, you know, different merits and facts and everything. It's you have to look at a broad picture of when you're doing public engagement. It's not as easy, you know, as there's people that are really emotionally tied to things, and there's people that are, you know, understand, you know, we need density in our city, and you're trying to take all these considerations in. All consideration wasn't negative. There was a lot of people in favor. Gentleman that spoke earlier in favor of the project, I did not even know he was here. I did not know he was speaking in favor of it. That was a pleasant surprise to see, because he's not the only one in this community that, like I said, is on a pre-list for renting a spot in this building or this proposal. It's, you know, so hearing from the community, you know, there's positives and negatives that come from it. So, you know, you're trying to manage those as well, not just, you know, not just the changes.
Okay, thank you too, Mr. Chair. Looking at it, let's say if I would see, because that's what we are here for, right? If I see 50-50, I would say, wait, you know what, it's fairly balanced. But I'm seeing 240 to 50, or let's just even say 200 to 50. What does that tell you? We have 200 individuals out there. Let's just leave 200 in your vicinity, close to. Even all the explanations, all the discussions and direction of how, what this building looks like, amenities on it, parking, safety, all of that. Someone's not listening, or someone's not being convinced of something, or something is just not quite right what the community is looking for. So I'm going to go back into the community first.
Okay.
So what does that tell you?
So I think there's a couple ways to look at, you know, the 200, or if, you know, you're putting the people in the middle that are maybe, you know, interested in it, if there's maybe some minor changes. You know, so let's just even say 250. You know, as yourself as a counselor would know, you're not going to hear people a lot come forward saying, you know, Councillor Fundura, you're doing an amazing job, and I'm just going to email you all the time, 50 times a day. You know, you're usually going to hear from the loud minority that does not want something because it's in their best interest to try to shut something down. So the fact that we even got 50 people out that were supporting this, I think actually speaks volumes, because people don't typically go out and support things out of their way. I think there's another way to look at it too. You say 200 or 250. Well, there's 3,100 residents, if not a little bit more, in this community. It's roughly 7 or 8% of people in this community don't want this. If I was in a room with 100 people and 7 people wanted, you know, to go to dinner somewhere, and the other 90 someone to go somewhere else, you know, you'd probably go with the other way. I'm just, so, you know, you keep saying 250, but really there's 7% of the community that is saying they don't want it, and it's the very surrounding community right around that. You know, the rest seem to be in favor of it and are trying to move in. So I am listening to the community. Like others said, the market, you know, typically dictates how real estate goes, and the market is saying that there's a huge demand for this, and I think there's a really tasteful way to do this that, you know, can be soft for the community, but also not be, you know, a 10-story building. I think we're really trying to find that middle ground of offering a sustainable building that is far more expensive to build, you know, offer amenities like underground parking, you know, place for seniors to, you know, be able to be in there, and some nurse support. There's a lot of amazing amenities that support this community, and I think that's, you know, that's being missed. And I think when you look at the numbers of actually who's in support and who's not, you know, it's a very low amount that's actually not in support.
It's a good conversation, Mr. Chair. And I haven't seen the petition, but...
John, we're butting up against a break.
Okay.
If I could ask you to be very brief
Just
and
quickly,
laser focused.
one more question.
Yep.
About the 700 plus signatures.
Yeah.
I don't know where that is, if it's been, I don't know if it was submitted to this administration or not.
Yeah.
I mean, that speaks volume. There's 700 folks that I have signed petition when all this thing started.
Yeah.
So my question again, I mean, your opinion, yeah, it's a good building, it's good development, but still, for me, I'm looking at, we always say community speaks, and we need to hear them, and they're speaking loud.
Yeah.
So this is where I'm concerned with the well, could be one person. We always listen. When you have this number of people that's speaking that strongly about not wanting something of that size, not saying anything else is not there. So this is where my, you know, like, I mean, as a planning commission, this is the forum, we need to hear that, and you need to hear
John,
me.
I need a question,
Okay,
please.
so the question is, when you hear 700 signatures out there, you had advice from 1050, advice from some other folks. What does that tell you?
So based on the petition that went around, I guess, just to shed some light on it too, they did go around. My grandma lives right across the street in the condo association right there. She is in full support of this project. She told me, she goes, I know your project's coming forward. When is it happening? And she said, do you know there's another project coming through that's 20 stories and it's supposed to have pedophile housing in it? And I said, oh, no, I didn't know that. Oh, yeah, I signed a petition to stop that one. That sounds ridiculous. That's the petition that went around. They said a high rise with opportunity of up to 20 stories. She removed her name from that petition because she got tricked into signing it. So I think that says a lot about the petition. I guess the truth is the joke. But.
So, Mr. Chair?
You've asked a lot of consultation questions. Please just wrap it up.
Okay, I mean, so this just, my question is then, do you have in writing that you've seen that? Is that somewhere that city could see, or did the planning commission see that petition?
You guys should have the petition. It's a petition. I don't, if it hasn't been submitted, then we can't really give a lot of validity to a 700-person petition, but it's been based on, right?
The question is...
Yeah, by grammar, she wrote in, got her name removed, and basically got a receipt for removing her name.
No, what I'm asking, Mr. Chair...
John, please, the focus on the development and the issue, not the petition, over and over again, please.
No, but through Mr. Chair, I'm asking Mr. Brasciani, you made a comment about there was a 20-story building. Is that someplace in writing that we can see?
I was told that they were going around getting petitions signed that said it was a high-rise property with the potential to go up to 20 stories. And I actually was not told that by one person, several other friends and other people in the neighborhood that were door knocked on.
Okay, well, we'll just have to leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break, which is about 15 minutes overdue. And if anybody asks why we don't have 5:30 council meetings anymore, I would recommend looking at the time. Yeah, 9:56. We'll return. we'll just get started here. Where's everybody? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. I'm going to need a motion to approve communications. There are a number here. Can I get someone to move that, please? Thank you. So I'll make a note of that for the clerk. Flying solo here. So Jesse's moved communications. Any opposed to accepting communication RPC 24-21, 22, 23, 24, and 25? Any opposed? All right, seeing none, we'll consider those passed. Jesse Hopkins moved the filing of those communications, yeah. So we're gonna commence with a discussion of the report, but first I'm gonna pass it off to Ms. Bryden to provide some opening remarks, and then I'll ask a member of commission to move the report. Ms. Bryden, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Good evening, commission, and thank you for your patience as we work through this file. The decision before you today is a rezoning application for 535 Douglas Park Avenue, as well as the approval of a discretionary use. The proposed development aligns with the city's objectives outlined in Design Regina, the official community plan, bylaw number 2013-48, or the OCP. It expands housing supply and diversity, contributing to the creation of compact, efficiently serviced, complete neighborhoods, as emphasized in the OCP, providing citywide housing options for all residents of our city. The project further aligns with the city's goal of inclusivity, vibrancy, resilience, and sustainability by offering alternative housing options within a predominantly single detached dwelling neighborhood. The proposed development also supports the city's objectives of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and promoting renewability. Its high-density design and proximity to transit and pathways facilitate energy-efficient living and active transportation, aligning with the city's commitment to environmental sustainability. Public engagement and consultations were extensive, including public notices, information sessions, and continuous updates to interested parties to address concerns and questions relating to compatibility with the neighborhood, ensuring transparency, comprehensive analysis of the development property, and fostering dialogue to facilitate informed decision-making. A public open house is not a mandatory part of the process. This was a robust consultation process. There is nothing new that we've heard today. We have reviewed concerns We understand the concerns, we've addressed them in the report, and we understand the opinions of the residents. We have considered all of these items and respectfully disagree with several of the comments and think this development does fit into the community. More consultation will not change our recommendation. Housing choice and options for all residents should be available in all communities and neighborhoods in Regina. Allowing diverse housing options is part of the city's commitment to creating a better, more vibrant and inclusive community, and we support the development and availability of housing options in every neighborhood to ensure people from all walks and stages of life can choose where they live, enjoy safety, stability, and opportunity. And with that, the team is here and ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Perfect, thank you very much. I'll need a mover to get RPC 24-15 on the floor, please. All right. Commissioner Adams. Typically the person who moves it has the right to begin with questions, but you don't have to exercise that right. It's totally up to you.
Yeah, I'll start the questions. I have one very specific one I'm hoping you can answer. I asked it earlier. It was one that was just parked, but it was just that I was curious if this particular location was identified in the intensification plan for the city or the subsidiary intensification plan for the city.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll address this. So I wanted to clarify a couple of pieces of terminology. So you've been seeing some of the amendments that have been coming forward for the Housing Accelerator Fund. We have what's called a primary intensification area, and those are identified as our main transit routes. And then also on the agenda for this Planning Commission meeting, although it'll be another date, we'll be looking at the secondary intensification areas. So those are our transit hubs along main transit corridors. So this property is not on a primary intensification area or a secondary intensification area. However, we do have another definition that I want to bring to your attention called the intensification boundary, in which we have identified as existing neighborhoods. Outside of the intensification boundary are greenfield neighborhoods, which would include the newly built neighborhoods such as Harbor Landing and the Greens on Gardner. So this is within the intensification boundary where we would target growth for 30% within our official community plan. So I hope that clarifies some of that terminology that we've been using. I know it's a lot of intensification language.
No, that is helpful clarification. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Betcha. Maynard, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I have a few questions. Just, I think we had a partial, or not a partial, an answer from the perspective of the developer regarding the alley. Is there any, do the officials have any comment on the alley at all? And the concerns have been raised by the public?
Through you, I might start and just getting a clarification in terms of traffic flow, in terms of pedestrians, in terms of...
It was about, I'm sorry for interrupting, it was about the access to the park again. I know it was addressed by the developer that they've created another one-way access out, I believe it is, that would help that. Do the city officials have any comment on that? Is that, do they feel that it addresses that, the concerns that have been raised by the public?
Yeah, so that's the traffic flow?
Yes.
Okay, I think that I'll pass to colleague Mr. Bosgaard.
Through the chair. So as Josh stipulated, the access onto the alley is just a one-way access. It only allows exiting the site and then moving south, so you cannot make a right-hand turn to go north towards Douglas Avenue. That access was addressed as part of the traffic impact assessment, any impacts in the area, and how that would impact both traffic in the alley as well as then traffic on 20th Avenue. The TIA did not flag any potential concerns, whether safety or otherwise, with that being used as an access, And there was no concerns raised by either myself or my team when we did the review of the TIA of them using that access as intended.
Okay, okay. My other question is, if this is recommended to go forward, there's the unit can have 90 units, and the developer also referenced the fact that if we didn't put on the 5th floor, they could build up to 140. Under the current situation, what could be done without us, any of the planning commission here? What could the developer do on that site?
Go ahead.
I'm going to start, and then I'll probably pass it over to Mr. Mario. So currently, as a reminder, the property is zoned institutional, and so whatever's within the institutional zone, in order to allow for residential development, the request is for a rezoning to a residential zone. There's two applications before you. It's the rezoning, and then should that pass, consideration of the discretionary use, which would allow the additional story. So it depends on how the conversation goes, but without rezoning, potential residential uses would be basically nil. And then if you did decide to rezone, then there's still consideration on whether you would allow for the 5th story. And so I just might see if Mr. Mario has anything else to add.
Through the chair, not too much, maybe just to clarify that, as a rezoning to the RL zone, the discretionary use threshold really has nothing to do with intensity, it's height. That being said, there is a discretionary use for a building which is greater than 15 meters, and they're proposing an intensity of 90 units. So we do have some flexibility after the fact. If there is some slight variation, we have guidelines that kind of guide our decisions if there is something different that comes along the way. But the intensity that you're seeing here today is what is being proposed, and that's what all of our recommendations and technical information is based off of. So that's what we're kind of going by.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Christopher.
Yeah, may I just ask a quick follow-up question from our engineer? And I'm sorry I asked you specifically only because you, I think, were the one that responded on the traffic. So just, and you may not be able to answer this, but in terms of the traffic study that was done, would it generally be true that the preference would be for traffic in that neighborhood to go down Douglas or down 20th? Like, what's a more desirable, because, like, just to be blunt, I drove the neighborhood, and obviously Douglas is bigger, it's wider than 20th. And so the notion of the alleyway being one way exiting on the south onto 20th, like, I think residents have said the reality is you're going to force traffic onto 20th and not onto Douglas, so that was a concern. And then secondarily, that the alley itself is the only thoroughfare within a sort of 3 to 5 block radius to kind of cross that institutional block. And so I guess the first question is 20th better or Douglas Fort from a traffic perspective? And then secondly, has the city ever, like, I'm trying to think of an alley that was changed or altered in terms of its width. You know, I know there was one, for example, I think on Angus that was given to Callisis, for example, to accommodate their plans for that Angus Street land. So what I'm getting at is it even possible from city's perspective to widen that alley?
Thank you for the questions. Through the chair. So I guess your first question was regarding Douglas Avenue versus 20th Avenue. So obviously Douglas Avenue is considered a collector, whereas 20th Avenue is a local. So with that said, obviously traffic should be, or is more ideal to be driven to a collector. That's not to say that it's necessarily the better solution. So since it is built to a wider cross-section with more lanes, with the center median and such, it can handle a higher traffic volume, which it currently is doing. When it comes to 20th Avenue being a local road and whether or not it can handle it, that is what the TIA was looking to address, where it's looking at the impact of the development on that street and whether or not it can handle the traffic that's generated and pushed towards that street, and then to the surrounding intersections. So the intersections like 20th Avenue and Park, as well as 20th Avenue McDonald on the west side of the site.
Exactly. So, yeah, because you're just talking 4 blocks as we pushed from 20th to McDonald or Park, right? Yeah. And the traffic assessment was 20th could handle that 90 units, yeah.
Yeah, the TIA was completed by a professional engineer, sealed and stamped. It was submitted, we fully reviewed it, we've approved it in its current state, and the conclusions of the report were that the local infrastructure can handle the anticipated traffic generation from the proposed development.
I'm sure this may not be at hand, but when the school was built, could you estimate what the traffic count was, say, outside the school at one point? Like, do you have a clue, or I just...
That's not something that I would know. Or know
I get it, yeah. It's a very technical question. That's okay. Thank you. That's good.
Councillor Findura, go ahead, please.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Chair. Infrastructure, like we heard the delegation, water line break or problems over on and close to the area. Went through the report trying to see if I don't, maybe I missed it. Can you give me a little update on what's the strength or what's the infrastructures like in the area, the 20th, the Francis?
Sure. You want to? Okay, so through the chair. So I guess at this point we haven't received, or we've only received the initial draft of a servicing report that evaluates both the water and wastewater infrastructure for the surrounding area and the impact that it would have. That's a requirement at the development permit stage, so if this is fully approved through council, or through both RPC and then council and then made its way to development permit, it would be a requirement that they have to demonstrate that they're not adversely impacting the surrounding area in a negative way. There is strict guidelines or design standards within our water design standards as well as wastewater design standards that stipulate what that impact can look like, that all developers are held to the same standard. So when it comes to water, we look at pressures in the surrounding area during peak hour times. So just think of when people are cooking supper and showering and whatever else after work, and making sure there's not pressure reductions or things of that nature at that time. And then we also look at things from a firefighting perspective to make sure that there's enough fire flow to properly service the development, but then also make sure the additional demand that the development puts on the system doesn't adversely affect the surrounding area as well within a 500-meter radius.
Go ahead, please. Oh.
Thanks. I'll just add to that. Thank you. So we have done preliminary analysis, and that's what we typically do at this stage. The further analysis and more detailed information can cost a significant amount more for the developer, and it's typical not to dive into those more detailed reports until there's more assurances that the development is going to go through. So we are satisfied at this point doing our preliminary analysis that the services will be there. We haven't dived into the details, which again is a typical process.
Okay, Mr. Chair. I just have one, okay, well, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one thing that I didn't get to that I know was brought up earlier, which would be the age of the infrastructure and the water breaks that have happened in the area. So with that happening, I mean, we have aging infrastructure in the city in many of our old areas, whether it's Hillsdale or Boot Hill like we're seeing here, where water main breaks are typical due to pipes that were installed in the 1950s, 1960s, and then were with older building material styles like cast iron or asbestos concrete pipe. I know that specific break on Francis. Francis is planned to be relined this year, and that's to a new plastic relining that would prevent breaks, and that's something that our water and wastewater department and water and wastewater operations groups are actively working on to improve the infrastructure everywhere else. So any aging infrastructure in the area, as it breaks or as it is impacted, would be fixed, and it would be the intent of our water operations group to eventually replace or reline all of the aging infrastructure that is causing issues in the area.
Okay, thank you. Dear Mr. Chair, so I get it, right? But, so then what happens afterwards? I mean, there's got to be if there's a problem, then we need to find a solution. So what happens in that stage of this solution? Let's say this is built, you're finding we have problems. Who is on the hook to, let's say if the pipes are too small, let's just be straight up, and you have to, because you have more people, you have more pressure on infrastructure, so then the cost of, when you find an issue, so the cost of this would be then whose? The developer, the city, who's looking after that?
Yeah, through you, the chair. At any time when we have a development, we look at those things in advance and ensure that the infrastructure is there to advance development. Same with any new commercial activity that we see on vacant lots or any new housing where we didn't anticipate growth. We ensure that before the development occurs that there's adequate infrastructure there for that developer. That's why we go through the rigorous review that we do through the regulatory process. There are things that happen where things break or things don't, are unforeseen in any parts of the city, and we deal with them as they arise.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The comments made in the report, it does state that the subject property is not within the location specifically targeted for the Housing Accelerator Fund. And it is a discretion, and it is institutional. And the report does speak to, there's a discretion here. So there is a reason for the discretion. Can you give me more detail on, I mean, I read it, I understand it. So for folks to understand, there's a reason for having a discretion. Is it discretion to infrastructure, discretion to residents opposing? I mean, I know we want to, it's a wish list of wanting to do something. We have a large opposition, or maybe not. What's the reason for discretion?
Yeah, through you, Chair. I think that's a good question, and I appreciate that question. So anytime that we have a rezoning, it has to go through council because it's a bylaw. And then the development permit also is a discretionary use. So the review process that we go through does take into consideration public feedback, public concern, public opinion. It also takes into consideration the policies that we have in place, as well as the regulation, the city's strategic priorities, as well as the other needs within the community, and in this case addressing the need of housing. And so what we need to do through our review process is assess all of those and weigh them and balance them. Public opinion is one part of that. It's not all of the part of that. And so it does become difficult when there's significant public interest on both sides, as well as policies. But what we do is our best to try to balance those and provide a recommendation to council. I will say, as professional planners, we're trained to identify public interest, which is different than public opinion sometimes. And so in this case, it's public interest of the city in terms of ensuring that there's citywide housing options.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I have one more, and then I'll seize it. I come back to it. We heard consultation, and more consultation from the delegation. And as administration, when do you, as administration, get involved with, if, for instance, I mean, we've done many consultations on many different projects. When do you, as administration, get involved? When do you recommend, and I know you recommended not to do, let's say, an open house. You recommended a Zoom meeting. when do you get involved in deciding when the situation gets hot or things are really getting controversial? When do you as administration step in to, no, I mean, is that part of your job to give advice, or you are as a regulator? How do I read that?
Yeah, through you, the chair, I'll start. And I think that you were just walking in when Ms. Bryden was providing her comments in her opening remarks about the robust public consultation process. And the city's role in that is to ensure that there's information provided to everybody who's interested in a project, and then to receive information and to assess that information. And what she had said is that we hadn't heard anything tonight that we hadn't already heard, assessed, reviewed, and addressed in our report. And so, you know, it's a process that we go through every application to ensure that we've informed properly and that we've heard properly. Because we've heard properly doesn't necessarily mean we agree with what we've heard or that we're making recommendations with what we heard, which is what I think you're getting at, Councillor.
Yes.
And sometimes that goes to the balance that I was speaking to in a previous answer.
Okay. Just want to make sure that the resident can hear that your recommendation, and then recommendation from here goes to council, and that's the final stop. I just want to make sure that that's what's going, because I mean, if the residents reading the reports and saying that looks like the administration is talking in favor of something, which I just want to make sure that's clear, you're you bring in recommendation, and then the planning commission and then council will at the last they'll make a decision.
Yes, administration is recommending approval of the rezoning as well as the discretionary use as presented to Planning Commission, and in turn Planning Commission has options, and one of those options is to provide a recommendation of approval to City Council or a recommendation of denial. There's options in your report if you need more information, but then City Council is ultimately the authority for making a decision on a bylaw.
Okay, thank you. I'm good. You can always come back. Jesse, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. There was mention a couple times earlier in the meeting that this neighborhood might be experiencing depopulation. I think Stu mentioned it once or twice. So I guess my question to administration is, do we have any current statistics to kind of speak to depopulation of this neighborhood? And, you know, I do see in the report we have stats going up to 2021. You know, that definitely demonstrate a little bit of change in the population, not so much depopulation from what I can see. But I'm curious, you know, between 2021 and 2024, if we would have any stats that would, you know, show me are people leaving this neighborhood due to lack of housing, or any numbers behind that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. We do have numbers, and I'm going to get my colleagues to dive into them. What we have numbers up to is 2021, the last census information.
Right. Okay.
We probably can pull some other information that we have available to us as well. But we have actually statistics going back to 1976 for a lot of our neighborhoods, and we've been tracking that just through some of the other housing work that we've been doing, and seeing which neighborhoods are declining and which, you know, are potentially growing in population. And so yes, we do have all that information, and it just depends on how far back you want to go, but I'm just going to get Mr. Mario to walk you through it, or maybe Mr. Fenton, I'm not sure who's going to take this question, and kind of go through the demographic and the population profiles for this neighborhood.
Sure, I'll start. So, so if you refer to Appendix D in the report, so we have some census information that we have gathered. It only goes back to 2001. What you see is in 2001, the neighborhood population is 2,765, remains relatively stable. And then it increases up to 2915, and the reason for that is most likely the school, which likely would have brought new families into the neighborhood. We do have, as Ms. Dawson had noted, information that goes back to the 1970s, which shows that there was a higher population, a much higher population. I think
in the thousands. I don't have the exact numbers here, but that's typical of what you find in a neighborhood where you typically have like the first owners of homes within the neighborhood. They have larger families. Families eventually, move on, and then you're left with kind of a mixed neighborhood after that. So from the initial stages of the neighborhood to where it is now, certainly there is a population decline that is typical of a neighborhood. And I guess the other piece I'll add is we did consult with the school to ask about the school population, and they are projecting declining enrollment just due to household factors in the neighborhood. So, so that's another trend that we have noted.
One more piece of data, just because we like it through you, Mr. Chair, is the neighborhood itself right now is sitting at about 24 people per hectare. Our official community plan is recommending 50 people per hectare in neighborhoods, and so that would provide you with a mixed-use, complete neighborhood style with a range of housing options. And so, for example, we have Harbor Landing and the Greens on Gardner around those 50 people per hectare.
Perfect, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Not specific to the development itself, but residents have raised this concern. It's pretty typical in this kind of project. It's actually about the disruption caused by construction. So just logistically, who would be responsible if there is damage caused to an alley, a roadway, et cetera, because of the construction? I would see that as kind of inevitable. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, we've had some construction in some of the neighborhoods, and certainly we ensure that some protections are in place during construction, and if that's found to be an issue, then we address it with either the developer or the construction company that they're working with. There's usually a bond in place, and yeah, we can figure it out through some legal mechanisms.
I won't press the lawyer. It's all right.
She's tired.
There had been a question, I believe the applicant had addressed it, but from a city standpoint, daycare is recognized within the OCP as necessary. We've done our part to encourage the growth of these facilities. Can you comment at all on the obligation of the developer to carry through with that promise to see a daycare put into this facility?
I'm going to ask Mr. Mario to address that question.
Through the chair, so within the plans before you, there is space for a daycare. It requires a discretionary use approval through City Council, which is here today. I guess what I will say is it's not an obligation, it is a suggestion, and we're evaluating it as part of the entire package. We did have conversations with the developer about it, and from their perspective, they see it as a community benefit, as do we. But at the end of the day, it is not an obligation, which is to say that the development could happen without the daycare happening, and the space would need to be reallocated and go through a bit of an amendment process if that were to occur.
Okay, thank you. There's been some discussion, social media, emails, as well as the delegations of the need of this kind of facility. I would ask first, vacancy rate. Where are we sitting with, I believe this would be purpose-built rental. Where are the vacancy rates sitting?
We're sitting, through you, Mr. Chair, we're sitting at 1.4, and a healthy vacancy rate is 3%.
Based on perhaps even the market data provided by the developer and the city's own assessment, would it be fair to say that the kind of housing type that's being proposed is actually needed in terms of what people are looking for and what would actually facilitate growth in the city?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, we're doing a lot of housing work, and we're working actually with other municipalities across Canada, and the rental market such as this is exactly what is needed within cities to address the housing crisis.
Okay, thank you. I see no more questions from commission, so that brings me to a point where I would then ask if there's any other questions. If not, I would call the vote. Councillor.
I just have one more. I just received from the, because I did ask about a petition, and I just received the information that there, so my question towards the, have the administration received that petition?
We just got it from the clerk as well.
No, but, so when was this, so my question would be then, was this petition submitted to administration to be part of the report, or this just came?
Sorry, Mr. Mario?
Yeah, through the chair, we have received the petition. We do possess it. I don't know if there's any detail that Mr. Fenton wants to provide, but we are aware that there was a petition circulated, and we have it.
So the question would be then, the recommendation or the decision made was, you did have the petition, you did have the information, and you made a decision to recommend?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. See no more questions. I will call the question on this report.
May I just ask a procedural question? One is that technically the recommendation as it is put in front of the commission is actually a two-step recommendation. One is to accept the recommendation to move to low-density residential, and the second recommendation is to approve the discretionary use. Is that everyone's understanding? Is it two separate votes or one for both recommendations? Can we just clarify?
So maybe what I would do is first, I'd ask administration to comment on precisely what we're voting on in terms of these different steps, and then I would pass it off to legal to talk about the complexities of disentangling these two interrelated components. So who'd like to take that over there? Ms. Dawson, go ahead,
Sure.
please.
Yeah, so through the chair, I think the question is, should we vote on the separately? Like, they are two different things. If you don't pass the rezoning, then you can't consider the discretionary use. And so if you want to vote on them separately, if you pass the rezoning and you don't pass the discretionary use, then we need a reason why the discretionary use, and move that forward to council. I'm not sure if Ms. Willoughby has anything more to offer.
Yeah, thanks. I will sort of clarify that point. So technically, yes, particularly recommendations 1 and 2 are really separate matters. If you think you intend to vote differently on one versus the other, any member of commission can request to vote separately, and that's what you should do. Ms. Dawson's comments about requiring reasons for a vote against the discretionary use aren't as relevant at Planning Commission as they will be at Council, but it's helpful to Council's discussion if they have a sense of what your reasons for voting against the discretionary use in particular are.
And Christopher, just to be clear, I'm not inviting you to do it one way or the other, but you just have to make that request, and it's as simple as saying I would like those two voted on separately.
Right. Yes, well, I'd like to make that request.
Sorry, there was some whispering over here. You said something?
Yeah, I think they should be separated. I think they are.
Yeah. So if I could, Christopher, because you moved it, and there might be a chance that you want to vote no, I would ask that someone else would move the report.
Of course.
Simply a procedural matter. So can I get someone else to move the report? All right, Maynard is now the mover of the report. So we're going to be voting separately on items 1 and 2. One is to approve the application to amend the zoning bylaw. Number 2 is the discretionary use. And then do we need a separate vote at all on number 3, which is related to an amendment to Design Regina? Or would that be connected to the other 2?
sorry, I don't have, just let me bring it up. Yeah, Autumn.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Autumn.
Yeah, so that's actually a separate issue if you wanted to vote on that separately as well. What that is this school reuse guidelines.
Okay. All right, so currently I have a request formally to separate 1 and 2, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6 would be voted as a block unless I hear otherwise.
Right, 3 through 6 to be considered collectively, right?
Correct. Yeah, so there'll be 3 votes. What I'll do procedurally is I'll call for a vote on item number 1, approve the application to amend the zoning bylaw. We'll vote on that, have a resolution, and then I'll ask separately to vote on number 2. And then once that's concluded, I will ask collectively for a vote on 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we'll do this at a snail's pace just so everyone knows what they're doing. But I would then ask for a vote right now on number 1.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, I will begin with the mover. Commissioner Sontag on
In
number
favor.
1. In favor? Commissioner Gazior.
In favor.
Commissioner Hopkins.
In favor.
Commissioner Kobus.
In favor.
Commissioner Wilson.
In favor.
Commissioner Adams.
I'm in favor as well. I would like just to state for the record, however, I don't know whether that's appropriate. Can I do that? Can I?
Well, typically your statement would have come before this.
Yeah.
If you need, I mean, it would help if there was some direction
Maybe
from
on the
council, so I'll
second,
give you a
no.
bit of leeway on that.
I just wanted to, like, ultimately for today, I mean, this has been for the members of the gallery and the public at large. This is only my second meeting here today, and I just wanted to acknowledge the community's participation here tonight. I heard from 27 delegations, and all of them were very well spoken. All of them were very passionate. The commitment to your community is clear, and I was very moved by it. I thought that many of the questions and concerns that were raised have legitimacy. The reason I'm voting in favor of this is about the larger context for the city. It really boils down to the fact that, as I understand it, we have about a 1% vacancy rate, and the city is not able to accommodate change and growth, and is really not able to accommodate the reality of our changing community, particularly as it relates to urbanization and welcoming newcomers. And I will say that from my perspective as a citizen, I believe that the densification policy has not been well communicated to the people of Regina by council and deserves more discussion as it evolves. And I also think that the demographics of your community are no different than mine. They are changing, and
Christopher, I gave you a bit of wiggle room there because you're new. But I would ask you to cut it off.
Yeah, for sure.
No, the debate's over.
I understand. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay.
Councillor Findura.
Just a quick comment.
No.
Comments? Don't want to comment?
New people can do that.
Okay.
Not veteran councillors.
You
Sorry,
don't want
John.
to cancel. Okay, I'll make my comments later. I oppose.
And Mr. Chair.
In favor.
The motion carries 7-1 with Councillor Findura voting against, and that's for item number 1, the recommendation.
Okay, we'll move on to number 2.
Okay, and again, beginning with the mover, Commissioner Sontag.
In favor.
Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, I'm in favor. I don't see a difference between the 4 and the 5.
Commissioner Gazer?
In favor.
Commissioner Hopkins?
Opposed?
Commissioner Kobus?
In favor.
Commissioner Wilson?
In favor.
Councillor Fundura?
Opposed?
And Mr. Chair.
In favor.
Motion carries 6-2 with Member Hopkins and Councillor Fundura voting against.
Now we'll conclude the balance of those items there, 3-6.
Okay, 3, Mr. Chair. Again, beginning with the mover, Commissioner Sontag.
In favor.
Commissioner Adams?
May I just ask, when you refer to Appendix B and Policy 7.4, again, just for clarity, that is the old 1989 references to, yeah. In favor, but you're going to replace this. You're going to amend it. You're going to delete it. Sorry.
Yeah,
You
it's
guys
amended.
mashed together a lot here today. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
Approve an amendment to delete. Okay.
May I have your...
Yeah. Actually, oppose this particular vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Gazer?
In favor.
Commissioner Hopkins?
In favor.
Commissioner Kobus?
In favor.
Commissioner Wilson?
In favor.
Councillor Fundura?
Opposed?
And Mr. Chair.
In favor.
Okay, motion is carried 6-2. I have so many checklists here.
That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
We had another item, RPC 24-20.
So you just need a...
Yeah. So I'm going to assume there's no more energy left to deal with this. So I would ask that we call for adjournment, and this would automatically be tabled to the meeting on Friday. All right, perfect. Jordan has moved the adjournment. Any opposed to leaving? All right, we'll see you folks on Friday.